The future of West Indies cricket is here. It is the first ever West Indies T20 Breakout League. The Guyana Rainforest Rangers taking on the Winward Islands Infernos live from the picturesque Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the home of this tournament. For those new to the format, it is brand new really. Such an exciting initiative put on by Cricket West Indies and the CPL. 6 teams will compete over the next 2.5 weeks. The cricketers, though, competing must be under the age of 30 years old. You must have played under 40 domestic T20s and 10 internationals as well. A few franchise players coming in with players outside of their home territory. Each team will play the 5 league games, and the most exciting part, the top team goes straight to the final, with second and third battling in a playoff. So blessed to be here with you, and so blessed to be under the sun here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is a start of a phenomenal initiative. It's been long overdue, but it's finally here. To start things off, let's head to the middle. Joel Manning with the captains for the toss.
Exciting times, the first toss of this West Indies Breakout League 2025. This first match will feature the Guyana Rainforest Rangers taking on the Winward Islands Infernos. Captains Alec Athanaze and Kemal Savory out in the middle with me. And the ever-present, ever-sharp Mr. Rion King is the match referee for today. Kemal, I think you have the coin. Go ahead.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it is ahead. Kemal, you've won this toss. What will you do and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a ball first. The reason for that, I think the wicket have a bit of moisture in it, so we'll take the advantage early up.
How exciting is it to be a part of this tournament? First time it is going to be here, first match as well.
Yeah, very excited, you know. It's a new tournament, and it gives you opportunity as young players to showcase our talents.
All right, and a final one for you. What are keys that you're looking to take into this tournament? What are you looking to hope to get out of this tournament as a team?
Oh, learning, you know. It's always good to leave a tournament with something that you learn from. So that's most important for us.
Well, Kemal, have a good time out there in the middle.
Thank you.
Alec, chance to have a chat with you. You're having a bat first. How do you feel about that one?
I would have definitely bowled first. Like you said, it's a bit of moisture. It looks like it have a bit of moisture. Nevertheless, we got the bat, and thank God the sun is out, so it might get a little dry now.
Yeah, you're given the captaincy here in this one. How do you feel about this one, Alec?
To be honest, I like captaining. I like seeing things from my point of view. I like leading, and it's a good opportunity for me to lead as well.
Hey, you talked about a good opportunity. How exciting also is it to be a part of this tournament?
Very exciting, to be honest. It's good to get a tournament like this. First time to see young talent, and I guess to have something for ourselves where the big guys are not in charge of.
Well, Alec, have a good time out there in the sunshine.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. News from the middle. The first toss of this Breakout League. The coin fell in the favor of Guyana, and they'll be having a bowl first.
At the top of the order, the skipper, most notable name in the team, Johan Jeremiah as well, an important player, batting at 3. Keon Gaston had the privilege of playing with him in the recently concluded VPL. One to watch out for with the new ball, but also with bat in hand as a big low order hitter.
Yeah, looking forward to that dynamic bowling attack with leg spin of Cyrus as well. Well, what about Guyana's team? It's a group that have played together for a while. They add a couple of Barbadians, though, in that franchise setup. Rivaldo Clark, Jediah Blades, who's played for the West Indies. Look out for their all-rounders. Ali Mohammed, Samson Sinclair, and Ned with his bit of a left-arm spin. I didn't introduce him properly, but we have the great pleasure of joining us in this tournament is former West Indies World Cup winner and, of course, cricketer Carlos Brathwaite. Carlos, it's such an exciting time. It feels so great to introduce a tournament like this. How do you foresee the impact of it?
Oh, I absolutely love it. I think when you look around the world, one thing that's been missing has been the feeder tournaments into your top-level tournament, and CPL is our top-level tournament. These players now have an opportunity to be able to feed themselves, prove through performances that they're worthy of a CPL pick, and not just be in the squads, but prove through stats, through pressure situations that they deserve to be in the 11 and going on to bigger and better things and creating a platform for West Indies cricket.
One thing we didn't say in your introduction, Carlos, you're also a former West Indies captain. the importance of the 6 leaders in very inexperienced teams. How do you sort of think about the importance of them in these sides?
Oh, it's going to be massive for the leaders because there are a lot of niche rules as well. So not only do you have to take on the mantle of leading a team and a new team, but you also have to be aware of all these niche rules. Leg spinners have to bowl 3 overs. Well, what if your leg spinner goes for 30 or 40 in the first 2? You have to find a way to get him in. So it's good for the cricket in the region as well. You want that when the next captain needs to be selected, there's a wider pool of potential captains to choose from.
I know it sounds like a lot, folks. Don't worry, we're going to get into all the rules, the different dimensions and features as well. Look, over the next 16 days, we will unleash the diverse collection of talent in this region, highlighting their skills and telling their stories.
I love this idea.
The West Indies Breakout League is a fantastic initiative, and I'm excited myself to get going.
It means a lot, you know, it's a great platform.
It's something that I think youth cricketers in the Caribbean have been asking for.
West Indies Breakout League means a lot for a 19-year-old like me.
I'm just grateful, and hopefully I could come here and show what I'm made of. Let people across the world see what cricket in the Caribbean is about and the youngsters in the Caribbean.
It will give me an opportunity to showcase my talent across the world.
Good initiative from the West Indies Cricket Board to give the opportunity to young players to really express themselves and showcase their talents.
Not much cricketers from the Caribbean or the region get to play at the highest level in the Caribbean, which is this West Indies Breakout League.
It's a big chance for even some of the guys that never played CPL before they get opportunity, and that opportunity could take you anywhere around the world. Just when you get there, just put your best foot forward.
Also, opportunity for us to inspire younger players coming up after us that will be a part of this tournament. So I see it as a big thing.
It gives us a chance to, get into a CPL team or, play other franchise cricket around the world and possibly represent the West Indies.
It's up to you. Take it with both hands, and you never know what the future holds.
Yeah, a few players in that package with West Indian experience, some with important CPL experiences and past experiences as well. Carlos, 84 players competing in this tournament. If I was to put you on the spot now and ask you for 3 to look out for, in the entire tournament, 6 teams, who would you pick?
Well, I think one we saw there, Johan Lane, finished first class season with a 6 for. I think his batting is underrated. He has a strike rate of 130 in list A cricket. In this game, Ronaldo, Ali Mohammed, powerhouse, what you look for in a West Indian T20 all-rounder. And someone not playing today but will feature for the Winward Islands team, Rayshawn Williams, T10 journeyman, over 100 T10 games, over 5 countries, including Spain. I think those would be my 3 outside of the obvious guys that would have played at international level.
Yeah, both teams were here very early this morning and made sure that they took a walk to the middle. It looks a different square here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I'm absolutely loving that luscious green grass we see on the square. Carlos, you've played a few day games here. What do you expect from this surface with a tinge of green grass?
But there's been a little bit of rain around. We already had a few drizzles, so you expect a little bit of moisture. And I've been given a master class by the head curator, and the green grass normally means moisture. But there's enough mature grass rolled in that's brown in color, devoid of moisture, and should play really well. So you expect the power play first up to have a little bit of seam, a little bit of movement, but it should develop into a beautiful batting track throughout the course of the game.
Quick prediction today, Guyana, Winward Islands. You've seen both teams, just on paper.
Guyana.
Love that. Right, this tournament is not just about the runs and the wickets, folks. This is about the next generation, writing their stories for what we hope will be a long journey. The journey begins after the break, where we'll have live action.
We're in a beautiful Trinidad and Tobago, and we're set for the future. The future is now the West Indies T20 Breakout League match number 1. A contest between the Guyana Rainforest Rangers and the Winward Islands Infernos. They're coming to you from this beautiful Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is the explainer for what we're about to see over the next couple days here in Trinidad and Tobago, where 6 franchise teams compete in this, the inaugural West Indies T20 Breakout League. Of course, those cricketers had to be under the age of 30 and should have played fewer than 40 domestic T20s and 10 T20 internationals. Each franchise could pick 2 players from outside of their home country, and each team plays 5 league games. Winners, well, of this league stage, they progress to the final, and then second and third, they'll be playing in a playoff to determine who will head to that final. What a road it will be. A look at the 2 sides today. Samuel Badri alongside of me. Samuel, your thoughts on this Rainforest Rangers and then the Islands Infernos?
Hello, Joel. Hello, everyone. Yes, history beckons here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. First game, and these are the players who would go down in history as having played the first game in this Cricket West Indies Breakout League 2025. Both teams look evenly matched. A few players have had CPL experience before, T20 experience, and some for the first time will have an opportunity to show their wares, and that is what this tournament is all about, providing an opportunity. We know the saying, success occurs when preparation meets opportunity, and this is what these players are getting. Some good fast bowlers on show. There's a wrist spinner attached to every team. We saw that as part of the regulations for this tournament, so I'm very excited to see the wrist spinners in action. But yes, I'm seeing some familiar names that we've seen at the international level before, the likes of Athanaze, who had a wonderful debut in the ODI format, and now he's leading this Infernos team.
Well, Infernos, the coin fell against them, and they'll be having a bat first in this one. Johan Jeremiah, he's out there in the middle, a young man with a lot of promise and a young man with a lot of talent as well. A young man who's looking to take hold of this opportunity, similar to many more who are here at this tournament. And he's going to be joined out there in the middle. It's going to be Akim Ogist. Pretty much call it the battle of the left-handers, because Jediah Blades will start with ball, left arm seam, left arm over. Is going to get things going here for the Rainforest Rangers. They talked about conditions. Will it favor them? First ball of this Breakout League. What an opportunity this is, Samuel. I want to get your thoughts on when you heard the emergence of this league and how important it is for the development of cricket in our region.
Yeah, since the advent of the CPL in 2013, this tournament in a previous iteration existed where it was a full-fledged Caribbean T20, but since then we haven't had opportunities for our young players coming through. Many people would remember that Caribbean T20 tournament. Trinidad and Tobago dominated a few of those editions. Guyana won one, along with the Barbados team. But this now, as you so rightly mentioned, and Carlos mentioned it at the top of the show as well, it gives our young West Indian players an opportunity to showcase their talent, one, for the CPL, which comes not too long after this, but for other franchises around the world as well. This is beamed across the globe.
The first runs of the Breakout League, and it's a boundary for Jeremiah. Good way to get off the mark, and a good way to open the account.
Yes, some width on offer, and you don't want to bowl left-handed batters in particular with any sort of width. Good bat on the ball, good placement, and it really rushes across the outfield. We've had some rainfall here in Trinidad in the last couple days or so. Quite unusual for this time of the year, but still looks in pristine condition, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, much better, you would say, in terms of line and length on that particular occasion, but definitely to echo the sentiments of the opportunity that it provides for these young men. And I was happy to see that there were several names that didn't immediately ring a bell in your mind. Young men who have been looking for a chance to break in and haven't gotten that chance, and this now provides a chance for them to, I guess, pretty much break out. Oh my, what a shot that is from Jeremiah. This is what we're here to see at this Breakout League.
Yeah, as a captain, you wouldn't mind this too much. He's looking for swing. With the new ball, that is what you want your fast bowler to do, to try to take a wicket a little bit too full. And that's the only error that he made. So I wouldn't be too hard on him if I'm the captain out in the middle. I want him to swing the ball. I want him to produce wicket-taking deliveries. So I prefer seeing that type of delivery as compared to the previous one that was short and wide.
Good shape away. Good, interesting over, you would say, to start out this Breakout League. 8 without loss.
Just a wee bit. Yeah, that's middle.
A look at this Winward Islands Inferno side, of course. Yeah, Jeremiah and Ogis out there in the middle doing battle. And you would say a few familiar names from around franchise cricket. But then we're looking at names that we've not seen before at this level, or any level, you would say. And we're looking forward to seeing what these young men can do. Gaston with ball in hand, certainly a young talent that we're looking forward to seeing on display. This name and this face is one that we've seen. Kevin Sinclair. He's going to appear from the other end with his right arm off breaks. He's had opportunities, but he's looking to build even more, Kevin Sinclair. He's looking to make a name for himself in this shorter format of the game.
Keep going, man. Keep going, Kevin. Keep going.
A mixture of experience and inexperience. Starts well. Of course, Samuel, we know that there are those who are looking to breaking, looking for their chance, but what about those who have kind of gotten a sniff into this league? In the sense that they've played a few T20 games, they've been around list day, they've been around first-class cricket. What might be they looking to get out of a tournament like this?
Yes, similar to those who are emerging. They want to cement their places in those franchise teams that they are involved with. And someone like Kevin Sinclair doesn't always start when he plays franchise cricket in the CPL for the various teams that he's represented. So he wants to show those teams, all the teams, what he is capable of doing and remind them of his capabilities. But Joel, in the absence of this league, in years gone by, franchise teams had to rely on Super 50, they had to rely on first-class cricket and domestic cricket, familiarity with players based on who they may have known, and not necessarily based on T20 cricket performances. So you heard franchise owners and teams sometimes complain about having to pick players in the dark, so to speak, because they aren't necessarily sure how a player who performed in a 50-over tournament would match up in a T20 tournament. And so this is the importance of this league. If you're looking at the CPL in a couple months' time, you're getting a real look at what these players can do in this format.
Just one from that Sinclair over. 2 gone, 9 without loss. And this the Rainforest Rangers team. It's going to take a while to get those 2 R's put together because I'm biting my tongue occasionally on them. But Kemal Savory, a chance for him to captain this side, a young man who was broken onto the scene and done well for himself. The first wicket of the Breakout League, and it goes to Jeddia Blades. Lovely catch being taken by Sinclair. What a start this is.
Not exactly something that you would have planned as a bowler. That type of dismissal. It was full and wide. And the left-handed Akeem Ogist saw it, his eyes lit up, and he went hard at it, as you would inside the power play. Unfortunately for him, went straight to the fielder, and he'll accept it. Jeddia Blades, first wicket falls. Akeem Ogist goes for just 1, 9 for 1.
One leg. Left arm over 5.
Beautiful day and a beautiful time for Alec Athanaze to be out there in the middle. He talked about enjoying captaincy and making decisions. Scamper one could be close, direct hit. Oh. Gets off the mark. Sinclair in the action again. Athanaze, another name, Samuel Badri, that has broken onto the scene and has caused the conversation surrounding him. You talked about cementing yourself, but is there anything more that you might want to see from Athanaze in a tournament like this?
Yeah, a little bit of confusion here. The misfield brought about the hesitation. Direct hit would have seen him gone. A good short delivery to follow up. So it has been a good over so far from Young Blades. Just perhaps assessing conditions a bit better in his second over. And that is what I want to see from the young players, Joel. How quickly they can adapt to what they are confronted with in terms of conditions, in terms of the opposition, the pressure that they will no doubt be put under from time to time. Recap of the wicket. Yeah, that could have gone anywhere.
Just over. Well, they won't care how it comes in this power play. Not in control, but another boundary for Jeremiah.
Yeah, that's the balance that you're trying to strike. You're trying to capitalize in the power play and at the same time not lose many wickets. That's what teams try to do in a T20 match. Fortunately for Jeremiah on that occasion, it went over the fielder at slip, comfortably over as well. Some movement, some away movement for Young Blades.
Change in the field now, slip goes back to short third. Thought of it. And the correct call of no.
Keep working, guys. Keep working, guys.
In the end, you talk about making quick adjustments. That one there from Guyana and recognizing Jeremiah's approach, recognizing the approach naturally of being in the power play overs. A quick look at the surface. And it's one that looked good at the toss, one that looked as if it would have both runs and something in it for the bowlers as well. We've seen some assistance for Jedediah Blade so far. Use of the feet. A brilliant hand on that one. Means that it will not get to the boundary. What an effort that was. End of 3, 16 for 1.
Right. Yeah.
Over the course of this tournament, we'll be informing you and educating you with regards to the structure of this tournament, how players were selected for this tournament. And there are also some other conditions as well that we'll talk about with regards to leg spinners. And I know that Samuel Badri wants to talk heavily on that at some stage, because I know that's all he truly wants to talk about across this league, which leg spinner will shine.
Yeah, Joel, we've seen a few innovations in the domestic Super 50 tournament. A couple of years ago, they introduced a bonus point system, and now with this one, they've had a few different things that they want to see. One of which, as you alluded to, is the wrist spinner.
Goes all the way from Athanaze, first maximum. What a good connection that was.
Don't mind the Carlo.
Yeah, just hitting with the angle. He's bowling around the wicket, Kevin Sinclair, so it drifts into the left-hander's pads. And he's also hitting with the wind. So once he gets any bit of height in it, the wind generally takes it over the boundary. Really good connection from Athanaze.
Oh yes, call that a double delight. Alec Athanaze, welcome to the party.
Yeah, there was an adjustment in the line from Kevin Sinclair, but the same result. This time, he targeted straight over the bowler's head. And I just want to see how Kevin Sinclair reacts, because right now he's just firing the ball into the left-handed batter. Does he consider slowing it up a bit?
Good work.
Slightly drags that length back, maybe a little quicker as well through the air. But pressure early on in the over. How does he close it out, Sinclair?
Oh, yes, Carlo.
Much better length. So in addition to some of the things that we just saw on screen in terms of what this tournament requires, each team has to play that wrist spinner. So I want to see when they bowl them, how they utilize them, and they must bowl 75% of the overs. At least 75%, quick single. 4 overs done, 29 for 1.
$29 for 1 represents a good start, you would say, for the Winward Islands Infernos. They'll be hunting for a first available bonus point in this power play phase, where at the end of the power play must be 48 runs or more for that loss of 1 wicket to collect that first point. We'll see if they can get themselves there. Change of bowler now. So right arm the seam replaces left arm seam. It's going to be Nell Smith with ball in hand now. Just wonder if he saw him coming there. Good length to start though from Smith.
Yeah, just looking to put him off whatever plans he had early in the over, Alec Athanaze. But Niall Smith was up to the challenge. Nice and full to start off with. Athanaze has had a good start, 14 from just the 8 deliveries. And this is where you want him to understand how to go about pacing an innings.
Going after that one naturally when you think about the fact that we're in the power play, nobody protecting that cover boundary. 2 out for this Smith to Athanaze at the moment. Deep point and deep backward square. Bit of a conversation between two lads that know each other quite well. Spent a lot of time around each other. In that Windward franchise. Short. Probably won't get to that boundary. Did it middle that one, Athanaze.
Yeah, quite a few things I'm looking forward to seeing in this tournament. Ashwin Ned when he does get an opportunity with the ball, but also how do these young players rotate the strike when the spinners come on? How do they minimize the dot deliveries that they face? That is something that we've been talking about at the international level ad infinitum for a long, long time. And this is where you want those skills to improve so that when they get to the next level.
Is that close enough? Oh, umpire Leslie Reefer wants no part of the conversation. One of the two out there in the middle for this one. When you're talking about experience, Leslie Reefer has a lot of that.
Yeah, Carl Tuckett, his companion, seemed to have pitched outside leg. That's the only thing that would have saved him there. Yeah, it's always a little bit tough to get that LBW decision for the right-handed bowler bowling over the wicket to the left hand unless it's absolutely full.
He gets it wrong there in terms of line, but decent length, you would say, still from Smith, and all in all, still a good over from him. Especially on the back of the runs that came from the other end when Athanaze looked to take on the off spinner.
Yeah, so the middle overs, Joel, is where we traditionally struggle as a West Indian team at the international level. And when we come up against the spinners, lots of dot deliveries, and we either go all or nothing, which means either a boundary or a dot delivery.
This should present a chance. Easy catch. Yep, it's taken. A bit of a tumble, a bit of a roll from Jedia Blades, but they've got number 2.
Yeah, the length here was important. He bowled a few deliveries that were full, Niall Smith, and then he just kept pulling his length back ever so slightly. So the batter thought that it was full, but it really wasn't. And that's why he got a lot of height and not too much distance. A well-judged catch in the end, and a second wicket for the Guyana team. A really good start inside the power play, 33 for 2. Jeremiah goes.
Middle, Teddy. Ball is right arm over.
Teddy Bishop now out there in the middle, breaks up the string of left-handed batters
for the Infernos. Final ball of over number 5. And it will be a dot. Good start from Smith. A good start from Guyana. 33 for 2.
It has been an enterprising start to the West Indies Breakout League, first of its kind, and such an integral part of the future of West Indies cricket. You think about a T20 World Cup in less than 2 years. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed has been a standout domestically, 40 first-class wickets at less than 20, but he's only played the 7 50-over matches for this Guyana team, so this will be a new experience for him. As I say, good day to Carlos Brathwaite. Hello to you, Carlos.
Thank you, Nikhil. Really good start. Really good start for all cricket lovers, whether Caribbean or abroad. You've seen some names that not many people may know, and you sprinkle that in with Kevin Sinclair, Alec Athanaze, and I think this shows exactly what this tournament can bring. Guys with enough experience to lend to the younger players, and then a few guys who would have flown under the radar with a real opportunity to show themselves.
One thing that's been noticeable in this first 5.2 overs, Carlos, the line to Athanaze, and you see this around the world with teams in international cricket. The line has been quite wide to him, almost trying to tempt him. They've had a slip in place. They've got the deep point in place, but right-handed Bishop on strike now. I heard Joel and Sam talking about it a bit earlier. This man, a tournament like this, one who is viewed as the future of West Indies batting, and he wants to make an impact in the T20 format where he's had a taste. This could be the tournament he needs to give him the confidence going into a CPL. Didn't nail it.
Good work, Latif. So get up. Johnny, bye-bye.
Yeah, real good opportunity for Alec Athanaze. We have had it over the years where players come out of West Indies under 19 and get earmarked. They go up to the next level, international cricket, and they don't always set the world alight. There's a massive dearth in quality between under 19 and international cricket. How can we provide that balancing act between? And I think this is what the Breakout League seeks to address. And having him is important for him, but think about how important it is for other guys to be able to learn from his experiences as well.
A bit of movement. That's been the trend today. Blades using the wind a bit earlier. Ali Mohammed getting some seam movement with a deep point, deep backward square.
Beautiful late shape. A few elder Pakistan seamers will be proud of that. They'd love to see that.
Think it's paced off, you know. Smart, intelligent bowling by Ali Mohammed, who continues his excellent form. They've got 3 in the power play and a bonus point.
Variety on show, swing, seam, and now just a little bit of pace off and a tremendous catch by Niall Smith. Just bowled the over before, mind you. Found himself at point, giving that man on screen a wicket. Teddy Bishop losing his wicket 2 off 4. Winward Islands 36 for 3.
wee bit, just a wee bit. Yeah, middle and leg. One to come.
Shadrach Descartes from St. Lucia was part of the title-winning St. Lucia Kings franchise. He came into this role, batted at 4 and 5 for them at times. This is 4 left-handers now in the Winward Islands top 5. Final delivery of the power play. Top start, and reminder, that could have been an even better start, but it is a bonus point because they've got the 3 wickets in the power play. 36 for 3.
Down. Yeah, let me move. I think Troy, man, could go back now.
3 wickets going down. The Winward Islands have been quite aggressive in their approach, Carlos. It's costed them.
Yes, Jedi Blades swinging it earlier. Good catch again by Kevin Sinclair. It's a feature of the 3 wickets. 3 catches. Blades, the man taking the catch for Niall Smith. And Niall Smith taking the catch for Ali Mohammed. It's been teamwork. It's been clinical fielding. And a good display with the ball first up.
Confirmation there, end of the power play. And we've said it a couple of times. Don't worry at home. We are going to guide you through the 3 phases, the power play, the middle overs, and then the back end. Each team, batting and bowling, have opportunities to gain additional points. It's another initiative by the CPL and Cricket West Indies to help the development of West Indies cricket. So you score over 8 runs and over in the power play with just losing 1 wicket, you get a bonus point. If you take 3 wickets as a bowling team, you also get your bonus point. So make sure as you go through the sojourn of this tournament, you're well engaged. It's going to be fun, folks. Trust me. To see the young talent, all under the age of 30 years old, these players are the next generation. I can't wait, Carlos.
Yeah, really good initiative. Now there's something else to look forward to as well. You talk about CPL. Now players have the Breakout League to look forward to. It's another step in the pathway to potential greatness. And this is the first game, and it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks. I'd like to pick your brain about the different rules and the different bonus points, pros and cons thereof.
Yeah, so now as we enter in for the newer viewers, the middle overs phase we call over 7 to 15. So both teams, again, even though the Windwards weren't able to secure that early bonus point, now though in this period, if you can go at more than 7 runs and over for these 9 middle overs without losing more than 3 wickets, or 3 or fewer wickets I should say, you get your bonus point. For Guyana it's simple. Take 4 wickets or more, and they have their bonus point. So it's a lot to take in, but stay with us. It's important. So we've got the T20 tournament. We are unleashing that new talent, but with a few caveats and a few features. I like the last one, Carlos. Winner, if you secure that first place finish, go straight to the final.
Yeah, ultimate reward. You play everyone, you've proven that you are the best. You should get a just reward to lift the trophy at the end. I second that, Nikhil.
Again, using that easterly breeze, which Blades used well in his first 2 overs, to go across Descartes, another left-hander. And field now spread 5 feeters outside the circle. Deep point, deep third, fine leg. Deep square and the long on. So mid-off up.
Wide.
Interestingly enough, there's a deep fine leg and mid-wicket in the circle. That tells me one or two things. Either they think the pitch has bounce enough that will take it behind square, beyond the backward square leg. As we have a look at the power play, the first boundary in the breakout for Johan Jeremiah after a rollicking start, but then perished. Good catch. Alec Athanaze showing his prowess against spin.
Was there bat first? There wasn't, says Leslie Reefer. Another one goes down. Guyana have been rampant to start this tournament.
Clinical again. Full, straight. And I think we're all in agreement. That would have hit all three. Confirmed by umpire Leslie Reefer. Shadrach Descartes loses his wicket, didn't score. Winward Islands 38 for 4.
Four down early. Dylan Douglas, who is from St. Vincent, actually made his 50 over the professional debut for the Winward Islands here 6 years ago at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Then had to wait 6 years again to make the team. He's got a phenomenal journey and story, which we'll look forward to telling you throughout this tournament. But for now, his mission is to rescue with his captain at the other end. One thing I want to see, Carlos, is we've seen the evolution of the T20 game where teams are very aggressive, especially when conditions, as we see the wicket, good change of length going fuller. But teams have been very aggressive, and maybe we can talk about it in the next over, in T20 cricket around the world in supportive conditions. But when you're 4 down in, say, 7 overs, do you take a few to consolidate? Is Athanaze, who started well, able to come down a few gears to ensure they get maybe to 140, 150 after 20 as opposed to being bowled out? Or do they go hard all the way through and bat their depth? Pace off again. We'll get back to it. 40 for 4 after 7.
Brilliant start with the ball from the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed continues his first over, just going for 3 and getting a wicket. Nikhil, to pick up from where you left off about the tactical bit, where the game has gone, where our cricket currently is, and how do conditions play a part. It's a very interesting discussion. It's quite difficult to mirror what we see in Australia and in England, in India, on flatter pitches, faster outfields, except Australia, smaller grounds. I think what we possess is the ability to clear the ropes a lot more consistently in the back end and the power up front. So yes, we can still get to 180, 200. We do it slightly differently. And I think how we can do it more consistently is by linking in this period over 7 to 15. This is where this period is very important. So continue doing the things that we're doing well. A little bit of football. Don't know him as a footballer. Like him as a cricketer. But that's a good start. Continue doing the things we're doing in the power play, being really proactive, being very expressive as we are as West Indians. We see a little bit of a juggle or attempt. Finishing really well, but then linking the play between the power play and the death overs. We can't just go hard. The facilities are quite different. This is one facet we can potentially get better in, running between the wickets as well. But in between the power hitting at the beginning and the death, can we get a little bit smarter and better rotating strike, whether it be singles or running hard between the wicket and turn them into twos? So the short answer to that is no. We can't do it the same way, but we can reach the same scores doing it our way.
Height on that delivery, and it's why the tournament has set in rewards for your middle overs batting, as we've said, but also dot ball percentage. You keep it to under 25%, which is 30 dots in a 20 over game. You do get rewarded. So Windwards aren't going to be able to do it. They're already at 28, but it does give teams something to aim at. Well mitigated shorter delivery. Even with the pressure building, Athanaze able to break through.
Cool and calm, wickets falling all around him, and the composure in that stroke shows the class of Athanaze.
Do have the deep backward square and the man at deep mid wicket for the pull, and Ali Mohammed rather has varied his length well. He's got that deep long on and long off for the fuller length, and then has the option to go shorter like he's just done. I want to see, Carlos, if any team can get below 30 dots. That will be a huge achievement in this tournament. I hope the coaches are saying, guys, let's aim at that one, given how much the West Indies have fallen down in the middle overs with their strike rotation, as you're saying. That is 30 dots in the entire innings.
I'm going to throw spoke in the wheel there, Nikhil. Do we then say it was bad bowling? In conditions that favor bowlers more than batters, should you as a bowling team, unit, not be able to easily restrict?
Nice dexterity. We've got the wide array of his skill set, Ali Athanaze, in this short innings, 51 for 4.
Let me move along, let me move along.
Just joined us, we just switched on the television. It is the West Indies Breakout League, first of its kind, 16 days from today, all at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in Trinidad. Looking forward to the crowds tonight. Barbados taking on Trinidad, home team. must say, conditions, and this outfield has been in pristine condition. This is the best I've seen. First sense of that wrist spin, which will be very important for each of the 6 teams in this tournament. Riyad Latif, 17 years old. Important role now in these middle overs, and to see how the Winward Islands are able to mitigate this being 4 down.
Interesting to see how, or interested to see how Dylan Douglas will negotiate. This is a cricket that I really like. Been fortunate to play the Vinci Premier League T10 tournament and seeing the way he manages his troops as a skipper, the way he plays the game. Very high octane.
One leg.
Great passion. This situation calls for that determination, but a cool, calm, composed exterior and execution. Interesting to see how he blends both.
It's coming from this end, Latif, because the wind blowing from the east would force Athanaze, if he wants to take him on leg side, to hit into the wind. Looking to see if he has a googly as well.
Keep going, Latif. Keep going. Remember the timing, Zach. Keep going, Latif.
Very tall action. Rhythmic. Looks very repeatable.
Nothing new for you here, Latif. Keep going.
There's a little traditional look to spin it from leg to off. Looks to be very consistent. And as I say that, there's a bit of grip. Probably more suited for Samuel Badri to comment on leg spin than myself.
Outside the line. Zishan Motara is another taller leg spinner who, I think, 6'2". We could potentially see him tonight for that Barbados team. Wide of the crease. And Douglas likes his sweeps. He likes to sweep. He's nailed that and hit it very straight as well. Low risk cricket bringing reward for the Winward Islands in this partnership. 57 for 4.
Sorry, brother. Sorry. That's 4 minutes now.
Already 5 options introduced into the attack by the Rangers. Haven't seen Ashmead Ned as yet. Probably speaks to their depth in bowling. The options that they have here is a 6th in Quinton Sampson. Batting all-rounder, but able to take pace off, can hit the deck as well in these middle overs. Was with the Guyana side in the last Super 50. I think it's an important point, actually. A lot of Coach Ryan Hercules and Garvin Ned, the Rangers coaching staff, a lot of their plans, in the power play at least, would have been around Ashmead Ned. Half his wickets have come in the CPL in the power play. He gets that drift with the new ball in hand. But with the 3 left-handers in the top order, they had to go and pivot in another direction. He's not bowled yet in the first 10 because of the left-handed presence at the crease, and still they've taken 4 wickets and have been able to control the scoring rate.
Umpire Carl Tuckett saying no, but this is a beautiful delivery. Once again, using that wind. Pitching on. Just missing both the edge and the off stump. Just to follow up on what you said, Nikhil, one thing you can always say about a Guyana team, whether it be the regional teams or the CPL team for that matter, they are always very well planned, very well detailed, and you can see some of that planning coming to fruition. We're not going to just be stock standard and be rigid. We can plan well enough that we have the flexibility. This man on screen, good CPL player, hasn't even had a ball to bowl yet. And there's still a level of success that they've had, containing the Winward Islands Infernos to 60 for 4 up until now. Almost half the innings gone.
Yeah, the longer Athanaze is there, they may feel, Savory that is, may feel to go back to Kevin St. Clair, who has 2 overs. Kevlon Anderson is another option who can bowl some off spin as well as medium pace. There's a hint of movement there, even in the 10th over.
Finish good, buddy. Finish good. Keep going, Samson. Keep going, boys.
First half of the innings has belonged to the Rainforest Rangers. They'll be pleased, but work yet to be done. 61 for 4, and time for a drink spin.
Winward Islands Infernos losing the toss and being sent in while they were in a spot of bother quite early in the plot. 36 for 3 inside the power play, but Alec Athanaze has stood resolutely thus far. Of course, he is the leader of this team. A couple of maximums of the bowling of Kevin St. Clair. One straight back over the bowler's head. He's shown a lot of discipline so far. He's got off to a flyer, but with his team in a spot of trouble, he's had to show that maturity and responsibility. Still 10 overs remaining, so a lot of work for him and for the rest of this batting lineup. Bowling for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers, Blades was good up front, 1 for 15, a couple wickets for Niall Smith, who was extremely impressive, and Ali Mohammed with his change-ups picking up a wicket himself. 6 bowlers used so far by the Rainforest Rangers. They'll be very pleased with their efforts in the first half of the innings, and they'll want to, no doubt, continue that in the second half of the innings. The young leg spinner with 1 over so far, none for 6. One delivery spun sharply in his previous over, so that would put something in the minds of the batter. Has protection, leg side, deep backward, square, deep mid wicket, and long on. Long off and sweeper offside. There's always a bit of a mystery about the wrist spinner as a batter. If you don't pick off the hand, it's going to be difficult. Nice and relaxed approach to the crease. That one beats the bat. Yeah, I really want to see how he uses his variations. Quite young at this level particularly, but so far he's hit some good areas. Shakira Salman alongside me. Shakira, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Samuel. Good afternoon, viewers. An exciting start to this West Indies Breakout League. And one thing that stood out for me is how many times players mentioned that this is an opportunity for youngsters. Of course, all West Indian fans will be looking to the future.
And what a shot that is.
That's okay, that's straight. Keep going.
Just one bounce. A bit of innovation from Alec Athanaze. What he's done well there is that he's hitting with the wind. So he's trying something different. And he's got it square off the wicket, even though there's a sweeper offside. Good placement. Shout for stump. Not interested. Or is he going to have a look? Might just want to have a look to make assurance.
Third umpire Christopher Taylor with a decision to make. This could be crucial. Athanaze has been hitting the ball well. This could be very important.
We'll go through the protocols. Firstly at the bowler's end, all's well there. Is what happens at the other end that presents the intrigue. Went aggressively at it, slides out. Does he get back in time? And it seems to have done well there, the batter. A bit of wicket keeping nonetheless. Yeah, confirmation, simple enough decision for Christopher Taylor. Good retort though from the young bowler. Just 6 runs from the over. I say just because he was hit for a 4. 67 for 4 after 11. Yeah, those blobs, those wickets falling in quick succession, really setting back the Winward Islands Infernos. And now they're looking to consolidate. A lot of their hopes rest on their captain. Samson continues from the southern end. Neatly tucked away for 4. Errant in line and simple enough for Athanaze.
Yeah, he does have 3 fielders employed on the boundary on the leg side. Really good for Ali Athanaze, just getting inside the line of the ball and turning it past the fielder at short fine leg. Yeah, most to 40 now of just 26 deliveries.
Quinton Sampson mentioned that he started off his career as a spinner, very healthy strike rate for Alec Athanaze in a midst where all of these wickets are falling. 68% of his runs scored in boundaries.
Good work, Carlo. Good work, Carlo. That's okay.
Yeah, we did a little questionnaire with the players who are involved in this tournament. And the response from Quinton Sampson was that he started off as a spinner and then graduated to a fast bowler. He's an all-rounder, as you heard before, likes hitting sixes. Mentioned that his parents are his role models and they are the ones who got him involved in cricket. So he's certainly one to look out for.
Yeah, sorry about that, bro.
I really want to see when he gets an opportunity to bat, because he mentioned that all he likes to do is to hit sixes.
Yeah, and remember last Super 50, he was involved for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and we were all excited to see this youngster because we had heard about how he loves hitting those sixes. Hopefully we'll see that on show today. This time, he has a job to do with the ball.
And no surprises that he mentions Andrew Russell as his favorite cricketer, along with Quinton de Kock and fellow Guyanese Kimo Paul as players that he looks up to. Proud moment for him representing this Guyana team. He wants to make it on the circuit, the franchise circuit. Has a lot of good attributes. Edged and just short. I just wonder if it carried. Good effort though, diving forward. A dot to end the over. 8 runs coming from it, 75 for 4. Yeah, early strikes for the Guyana team means that they need to consolidate. In this partnership of 37 from 33 deliveries, contributions 24 and 12, 24 for Athanaze. They'll want that to blossom and to grow deeper. And he has protection down the ground. 2 overs prior to this one, none for 12. So he's putting the squeeze on them through the middle overs.
Yeah, his control has been remarkable so far. Just struck for 2 boundaries, Latif.
Stop it, 1. Good work, Latif. Keep going.
But not an easy phase to be introduced. It's hard to contend with the left-handed batter, Alec Athanaze, who's going well.
Work, Latif.
Dylan Douglas, who has good memories here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Good work, Carlo.
Plays for the Transport Sports Club in Georgetown, Guyana. Young Latif, 17 years of age.
Oh, yes, Latif.
And listen to this answer, Shakira. What motivates you to play cricket? And he mentioned the lack of leg spinners in the region. Something that we've all identified for a long period of time. A paucity of options at both the regional and the international level. So this tournament, as we've mentioned quite a lot so far, provides an opportunity for young players like him to show what he can do. Not only an opportunity to play, but he has an opportunity to bowl, because the regulations dictate that you must bowl at least 75% of the allotted overs. Another tidy over from Latif. 79 for 4. Here at the picturesque Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Taruba, South Trinidad. And first hosted T20 cricket back in 2017. And since then has gone on to host one-day international cricket, T20 international cricket, male and female. A wonderful venue. And for the first time in this match, we're seeing the left-hand orthodox Ashmead Ned usually opens the bowling, so it'll be a different sort of role for him. As was mentioned before, because of the plethora of left-handed batters in the top order, he didn't get the new ball, but has an opportunity now against a well-set left-hander in Athanaze.
Yeah, get it. Good bowling, boy. Good bowling, Natty.
Of course, the difference between the power play and now would be the protection that he has.
And if you look at the field, he has three fielders in the deep on the leg side. So there is protection on that leg side boundary with that perceived turn into the left-hander.
Yeah, this is what he will do. As long as it's full and close enough to him, Alec Athanaze would take him on.
Work, Natty. That's okay, Natty.
Moves on to 49, another maximum for him. Again, he's hitting with the wind. And so he's playing this quite intelligently.
Yeah, we just spoke about protection on that leg side boundary. But the advantage for Athanaze is that he is hitting with that wind. Just one away from the first half century of this West Indies Breakout League.
Work, boys.
3 maximums already.
Wrong. Keep going, Ned.
Yeah, that's the reason why Ashmead Ned wasn't utilized earlier on, because of this negative matchup for the left-hand orthodox. Yeah, there's a bit of threading protruding from the seam. Umpires these days, they have every bit of tool with them, don't they? So he's turning into the left-hander, and the left-hander is hitting with the wind. So everything is in the favor of the batter, who is very well set, as I mentioned before. There's a change in angle now. He's round the wicket, looking to go across him. On 49, remember? Huge shout. No bat, so he doesn't want to take the single.
Yeah, Badri, and this is where it becomes tricky for captains in particular. Because with that rule where you have to bowl at least 75% of the allotted overs of your leg spinner, ideally, Savory would have wanted Ashmead Ned to bowl from this pavilion end.
Quick single, gets the 50. So that's a historic half-century for Captain Alec Athanaze. First half-century in this inaugural Breakout League 2025. And that is something that they can never take away from him. The first person to register 50. And that's just part of the job, though. Not much celebration from John Eugene and the other members of the coaching staff. They know that there's still quite a lot of work to be done. Well played, young man.
Oh, yes, Natty. Keep going, Ned.
Yeah, and it's being dominant. It's led from the front, Alec Athanaze, and he's one for the future. Even with his international experience, you expect players like Alec Athanaze to dominate a tournament as such. 3 sixes, 4 boundaries.
Come, Latif, come.
Dot to end. 7 from Ned's first. 86 for 4.
.48 of 45, the partnership. Athanaze has been in sublime form. He mentioned to Joel at the toss, Shakira, that he's happy that the big name players aren't here. So it gives him an opportunity to be the dominant one. Latif into his final over.
Oh, he got you that way. Oh, dead ball, dead ball, dead ball.
Yeah, he got struck in his face, so you'll have to have some bit of treatment. That's the risk you run, playing that type of stroke without the helmet. Could so easily have ricocheted onto his eye, and that is ill-advised. But up until that point, he has been really impressive. Started off aggressively in the power play. Back-to-back sixes off the bowling of Kevin Sinclair. Understood that he wanted to take on the fielders and maximize in the power play. Showed some deft touches as well and the innovation. Really a 360 player, isn't he, Alec Athanaze? Has had a taste of international cricket. Plays all formats for the West Indies. So there's a lot of expectation on his young shoulders. Seems to be okay. Going through the concussion protocol just to make sure that all of his faculties are in place. This little partnership, Shakira, has taken them out of a slump, and they are positioning themselves for a little bit of a flurry in the final 5 overs.
Yeah, lost 3 early wickets. First one to go was Akeem Orgeese off the bowling of Jadier Blaze. Nell Smith came in and made immediate impact. Good catch in the end by Blaze involved once more. Yeah, then it was Ali Mohammed into the attack and an excellent diving catch by Nell Smith. Last to go was Shadrach Deskert. Could not trouble the scores. A judge LBW by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. Found themselves 36 for 3 at the end of that power play. Winward Islands Infernos. But this man on screen, Ali Athanaze, he has led the rebuilding phase for the Infernos. Loves to lead, he says. And I just wonder if this is more or less pressure on him without those senior players that he alluded to. Of course, many of the youngsters will be looking to him to set the examples for them to follow. He's done well. Historic moment for him, first 50 of this West Indies Breakout League. He'll be looking to push on.
Continues without the helmet, Alec Athanaze.
1-1-1-1. Go on.
Just a single. No wickets in this spell for Latif.
Keep going, Latif. Keep going, Latif.
I asked him what was his favorite memory in his career so far. He mentioned getting figures of 7 for 19 in 10 overs in a club tournament in Guyana. Wrist spinners generally amongst the wickets, none so far. In the air, will land safely. Perhaps to his benefit, Dylan Douglas not middling that one.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Loving it here, boys. Loving it here, boys.
Yeah, even though he hasn't taken a wicket, he's bowled with so much control, varied his pace. Yeah, just leaning back on that occasion, Dylan Douglas.
1-1, stop it, good ball, good stop, good work, keep going.
But young Riyaz Latif would have been inspired by his younger brother, Riyaz Latif, who was just a part of that West Indies under 15 Rising Stars competition. Took a 6-4 in that competition, Riaz Latif.
Into the wind, does it have enough? Yes, just enough. A lot of height, but very well connected by Athanaze. Quite belligerent from him.
Yeah, first real sign of risk-taking from Athanaze. First time he's gone up into that wind, but makes a good enough connection. Field on the boundary, thought for a moment he had a chance. Yeah, but cleanly struck.
9 runs from that over. That's the end of his spell. None for 25 from 495 for 4.
Well, we're all set for the last 5 of this first innings of this West Indies Breakout League 2025. 95 for 4. And just wonder, what can the Infernos get themselves up to? Can they get that fire going? I said that simply because of the word Inferno. You're looking for that heat from them. Athanaze with helmet on now, more so because of the pace. Will be back in action. Jetty of Blades. He started proceedings, picked up that first wicket for them and kept things tight at the top. You expect his lengths to be a bit different here at the back end of the innings in comparison to what he bowled at the top. Good work so far, you would say, from Savory in terms of his rotation of bowlers. Oh, he is taking bruises. First to the face, now to the body. He is going to be a wounded warrior at the end of tonight, I tell you that, Carlos.
Yeah, he's in the wars. I like the intent from him. He's clearly identified which boundary he'll pepper, which side of the field he'll attack, whether pace or spin. He's targeting to his leg side as we speak. I want to see how Blades responds.
Responds with a wide. Changing length goes by far fuller on that occasion. That partnership, 58 off of 53 deliveries. Best partnership of the innings for the Infernos. They might look at that and say maybe it's a bit slower than they might have wanted to, but what it has done, it's given them somewhat of a platform in this back end. Doesn't middle that. Douglas thinking too. And definitely can't get back for that one. Ali Mohammed, the one doing the fielding on that occasion. From this position, Carlos, what do targets begin to look like for them?
I'd want to think 50 in the last 5 is probably as low as you'd want to get. 6 wickets in hand, 2 set batters. You want to potentially get 55, 60. Anything around 150 would, especially after the start they had, would take them into the break with a little bit of momentum, feeling as though they have a chance. Anything below that, and they think they're out of the game.
In front of the man, that was behind square. That might get some momentum going for them.
Good control, seemed aerial for a bit, but pace off, good roll of the wrist. pick the gap expertly. Dylan Douglas, he's away.
Yeah, he will look at that 20 from 26 and know that he needs to get the momentum going. Has a range of shots, Dylan Douglas. This time, that man at backward point is able to stop that. I think back to a year and a half, well, call it 2 years ago, when I first saw Dylan Douglas jump onto the scene, so to speak. And when I say in the scene, I think my scene. You want to see that field there, Carlos? Any particular reason?
It's interesting because the side against the win is to the leg side, but there's a mid-on in the circle. And plenty times, as they steal a single, seems to be a bye instead of a wide. Yes, it is a bye confirmed by umpire Carl Tuckett. Lots of times we see teams want players to hit against the win, which would be toward the leg side, more to the right of screen as you see it. But Blades is saying, listen, my angle is across the right-hander. I feel as though I have more chance bringing my mid-on up, and even though he's hitting in the wind or through the wind, that is my best chance of getting him out.
An almighty swing, an almighty heave, but nothing on it. 102 for 4. Infernos will need to grab their construction gear and get building some bigger towers. Just 4 overs left for them now. 1 or 2 big overs for them. But they're looking for runs here. They're looking to make a statement here in this first innings of this breakout tournament. Talking about making a statement, that is what every player here is looking to do. They're looking to express themselves. They're looking to be remembered. Type of memory that they can leave on the eyes and the lips of those who are watching this tournament, because there are many who are observing what is going on here, not just as it pertains to CPL, but other franchises around the world. Nell Smith comes back. He's got 2 left. You expect he probably might close things out for the Rangers. Looking to change that field. Mid-on was in at one stage, now drops back to long on. Mid-off comes into the circle. So 3 on the leg side, out on the boundary for Smith. That length, Carlos, that is on point.
Yeah, he's bowled some really good Yorkers, even with the new ball. Got the wicket of Descartes. And he has a third man for the right-hander. Deep fine leg for the left-hander now coming in. And he just puts it in the batter's mind, the potential bounce. He's a little quicker than normal. But he's just nailing the Yorkers each and every delivery. As I mentioned, that fine leg has come into the circle, so it mirrors the right-handed field.
Has he middled that? Hasn't. But gets a comfortable 2. Knows that he needs boundaries, Athanaze. It's been a good start, yes, from him, 61 from 43. A position of 105 for 4 is by no stretch of the imagination safety for the Infernos.
Yeah, and you talk about skill sets, and you've done very well, Athanaze, to get the team out of a precarious position. Now you need to motor on and take them to a position where they can win.
Finds space, but once again finds the fielder. This time just one. Ashby Ned the one that was quick to that ball. That's something, Carlos, that I'm going to be looking at over the course of this tournament, fielding. Every player out there, you would say, is a young man, Carlos. I'm looking for that energy in the field. I'm looking for cutting down on those tools.
Yeah, and it was refreshing to see Smith with a catch in the power play, Blades with a catch in the power play, backing the fellow fast bowlers up, and there's one skill set that you don't traditionally see as your most athletic fielders, and that has changed in the modern game, and we need to get up to grips with it.
Good work from Savory. Gets himself around. It's been an excellent over here from Smith. They will take ones and twos in the back end of this one.
Starting to see some invention from Dylan Douglas. He's capable of playing that ramp over the leg side, also over short third. Didn't have the pace to work with on that occasion, but gives the bowler something to think about.
That's another bruise for Athanaze. His body will hate him later tonight. Niall Smith, though, he's picked up two so far. They've been two good wickets for him. His team gave him that ball and arched for this. Jeremiah, the first one to go. You would say maybe a false shot, but looking to take advantage of that power play. That's what Carlos was talking about in terms of fast bowling catches. But that, pinpoint accuracy. That Yorker to pick up wicket number 2. Nothing that Descartes could do. Pace off to close out the over. This has been excellent from Niall Smith. 17 gone, 108 for 4. We talked about the use of resources by Kemal Savory. He's employed 7 of them so far, and they've done well for him here in this one. He talked about conditions probably favoring the ball up top at the toss and why he chose to have a ball first. And you could pretty much say that he's backed that up in terms of, yes, conditions have maybe done a bit for the bowlers up top, and they've done well with those conditions as well when you look at those economy rates.
Slight adjustment from Blades at the beginning of this over. He was straight to Athanaze last over. He's gone just inside the wide line now, which is something you would expect. Using the dimensions of the ground and the wind factor. It's a good challenge.
Went length, ball 1, goes full ball 2. And they pick up 2. Good running, you would say, out there in the middle, but good execution again from Blades. I go back to saying they won't mind this in the back end of the innings.
I love this, though. You've showed your hand. You've gone wide first ball. Athanaze walks across to counteract that. And you trust your skill. And you go dead-eyed Yorker and nail it as well.
Does this carry just over? Oh, fingertip stuff. Call that a nail trimmer.
Decent strike from Athanaze, not as clean as he'd want. Clark in the outfield, good effort. Just off the rope a bit, had a little bit more room to play with. would have had a slightly easier chance to maybe get his team a wicket with a catch.
You talked about the positioning on the boundary, Carlos, and that definitely was a key factor in determining his ability to maybe reel that one in. 72 from 50 now for Athanaze. Yeah, just small awareness moments, you might say, especially at the back end of the innings. You know they're going for boundaries, starting maybe on that rope, not looking to maybe come in too quickly. Douglas this time, and finds that gap. Runs coming now in this over. They needed this.
Good cricket from Douglas. Through the wind, doesn't matter. He's picked the gap expertly. Couple bounces. He started to pick it up as well. It was a good foil for Athanaze in the beginning of the partnership. But at this stage, both of them need to go. Good platform set. Need to capitalize on it in the back end now.
Yeah, did he get something on that? He did, Dylan Douglas. Easy catch being taken by the captain, Kemal Savory. His innings has now come to an end.
An element of risk is always needed at the back end. His choice of risk is the reverse ramp. And just essayed it straight to the skipper. Savory taking a quite easy catch. And a good job up until then for Dylan Douglas, 26 off 32. The Infernos, 121 for 5.
He'll have something to do with the ball later, but right now he's got bat in hand. Ryan John is at the crease. Fancies himself as a lower order ball striker as well. Can he find a connection? Here's why he's here. Dylan Douglas looking to get that score going over. Oh, consider the height on that one. All eyes on the umpire.
Good work, good work, good work. Coming harder, coming harder.
You just wonder, a bit of a conversation there, Carlos.
I love the MI from Ali Azi. Tried to play the shot. Yeah, I think that's on the ball above waist height without pitching. Should be called a no ball and as a result be a free hit. Tasty proposition for Ryan John, and there we have confirmation from umpire Les Rifa. No ball, free hit, and a warning. Another one of those in this innings, and now Smith will be prevented from bowling for the remainder of it.
Yeah, that's why Alec Athanaze was pushing to get back on strike. He said, hey, I want to face the possibility of it being a free hit. It will be Ryan John instead. Have the option to change the field given that. It's Ryan John on strike. Free hit. Here we go. Oh, yes, with the win, and it has disappeared. Oh, what a way to get off the mark.
A good base, a clear mind, and my oh my, a clean strike. No need for the wind assistance on that occasion. Would have been up and away regardless. A big, powerful man. Look at those arms, Ryan John. And just the start he would have wanted. First ball, free hit. And 11 more balls to have a swing.
Excellent from Smith. Maybe what he wanted to bowl for that free hit delivery, but gets it right on that occasion. You talked about those big arms, Carlos. He's got boulders for shoulders, I tell you that, Ryan John.
And this man on screen has been good. Regardless of how big your shoulders are, it's difficult to hit a well-nailed Yorker for 6. He showed that last ball. And he's been good with his fuller length deliveries. You'll be aiming at those toes.
Oh, they're asking, did he get bat onto that? Was it just outside? You know, certainly the length was perfect. So length is not a part of the consideration.
Nailed again. And you almost get a little bit of an idea of rate pitch from the debit. And you hear umpire Les Reefer saying it did hit the bat, but it pitched outside anyhow. And I love that from umpires, the ability to give me in real time the reason why. You're not always going to get it correct, but sharing a bit of the thought process. This over has been a very good one for all and sundry. Good cricket so far.
Boulders for shoulders, but not enough from Ryan John. Looking to clear long off. And he's picked out Kevlon Anderson.
We'll be disappointed with this, Ryan John. Thought he had it hit clean enough. Didn't turn out to be the case. Again, full in length. That one not bouncing a full toss, but successful regardless. Ryan John gone for 7. Infernos 1-3-1 for 6.
The 21-year-old Noel Leo at the crease now. Oh yeah, that's what we've come to see, Noel. That's how you get off the mark in your first game. Maximum.
Audacious. First ball, have a ramp. Maximum. Welcome to the Breakout League, Mr. Leo.
Yeah, just trying to confirm it. And just looking to see, did it land just in front of that rope? Or did it carry over that rope? What it was good innovation, good understanding of the field as well. Fine is up in the circle, just needed to get back under it. Yeah, confirmation coming here now. Just over. Oh, collect your maximum, Leo. Signal there from umpire Reefer, a bit of a stretch of the arms. They're asking a question. And Reefer says no, nothing but wind. 1 over remains, 137 for 6.
Ronaldo, the point.
One over to go in this innings. What can they get in this one? 6 deliveries, you double that, you call that 12. Can they get 12 in this over? Can they get a big over of 17? Can it be 20? You just wonder. Wickets falling, you would see at regular intervals, especially when you look at those first 4. A bit of a partnership formed after that between Athanaze and Douglas, and that's what provided a platform here in the back end of the innings. For them, naturally, you expect that wickets will fall at the back end of an innings when you're taking risk. But it's time to go helter-skelter here. With 6 to go. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is going to close things out here for the Rainforest Rangers. What can this Ranger do? Starts with 1.
I like the feel to begin with for Ali Mohammed.
No.
So many times we see these kind of feels in CPL, international cricket, and if you don't have the experience bowling to these fields, you see both men up on the leg side, short fine leg, short square leg, and there's a deep point and a deep cover, and you could expect him to bowl wide, whether that be pace on, pace off, full or short.
Forget the field, forget the fielders. Noel goes again. He is simply dealing in 6s.
A clean hit, just full of a good length. A nice pure bat swing. And another maximum for Leo.
Noel Leo, 12 from 3. Goes again, but this time, oh wow. You just wonder, what was Kevlon Anderson thinking there? Thinking it would carry. It was somewhat of a lazy effort, you might think there, Carlos.
Yeah, a bit of it could be wind factor. You'll always be blowing away from him as it's going through the breeze. With that being the case, you need to come in a little quicker, get into the drop zone. Terribly misjudged. Bouncing quite away in front of him. Took a good catch last over. It's on 2 occasions now. The conditions have gotten the better of the Rainforest Rangers fielders.
A touch too wide on that occasion. Signal coming there. But yeah, you just saw him settle quite early, Carlos. He thought that ball was there for the catch. Yeah, just confirmation of just a touch too wide on that occasion.
That was close, Joel. That was very, very close.
I expected the bowler in you to come up, Carlos. Athanaze goes wide. Mohammed goes wider. And Carl Tuckett signals the bird. Yeah, the widest of them all.
There's a nice little challenge. And we spoke about bowling with these. Niche, not really. These days, it's quite common.
The cat and mouse game continues. And the exercise for Carl Tuckett continues as well.
What I would say is that he's gone for 3 so far in this next legal delivery. If he sticks to his guns and he bowls and nails it and it's a single, that's 1 ball 4. If he comes too straight, like Leo did, he can be hit for 6.
Oh, comes into those pads and Alec Athanaze says, thank you very much.
Exactly like that. How can you stick to the plan? How long can you stick to the plan? Athanaze is good, so good. Walks across and just helps it, times it beautifully for a massive 6. And that brings up the 154, the Infernos, 154 for 6. 2 deliveries remaining.
What is he thinking now here? Just going wide, pushing that ball across him. Changes the angle now. Because of that, will change the field also. Deep backward square leg goes out onto the boundary. And maybe deep backward square leg might take this one. Nope, it is over the ropes. Double strike, double blow, 6-6 for Athanaze.
Athanaze showing his class again. Good base again. A little bit high on the bat, but high enough into the wind and far enough for another maximum. This is the challenge with bowling at the death. You started the over okay. Single, 6 was too straight, single again. Couple of wides, and he changed his plan, and since then, 6-6. How will he finish?
Oh, look at the height. And it's gone to the boundary as well. Oh, the pain for Ali Mohammed. He's got to go and bowl one more.
Free hit signaled. So there's one more delivery, one legal delivery. Alec Athanaze, feet off the ground. There's a level of composure with this young man, a level of calm, regardless of the score or situation.
A quiet single ends the over. But you must say that they've been excellent in this back end of the innings. 166 for 6 is where the Infernos will end up. And they've been led there by their captain. 92 off 57. What a statement this is to open up this breakout tournament. We talked about guys, yes, who might have a little more experience on what they'll be looking to do in this tournament. But Athanaze has stood up and said, here I am on game number 1. Carlos, 166. Your thoughts on that innings?
You can see the difference in class with Alec Athanaze to his teammates. And it's important for someone like him. It's breakout. Yes, we want to see young players. We want to see guys like him with his stature showing that he's a level above. And he did that today. He did that with a plump. 92 not out. Endeared by his teammates. Appreciation. But immense quality on show by Alec Athanaze.
Yeah, immense quality indeed. Took it side from 95 for 4 after 15 to being 166 for 6 after 20. So 71 runs is what they were able to pile on in those last 30 balls, and that's what we wanted to see in the back end of the innings, especially after that platform was set up between himself and Dylan Douglas. That 26 from 32. Yeah, in the context of strike rate's not the highest, but it certainly is what laid that platform, that partnership there of 83, and then ending off with another partnership in the end of 35 between Leo and Athanaze. In terms of bowling, resources were used by the captain, and up until you would say those last 5, things were going in the favor of the Rainforest Rangers. Wickets in there for Blades, Smith, and Ali Mohammed. Nikhil Uttam-Chandani is down out there in the sunshine. Who have you got with you, Nikhil?
In your 4 overs today, how do you assess your bowling performance?
Thanks. First of all, I like to thank the Lord and the supporters, who's backed me in this tournament. And, it's a pretty two-pace wicket, but, the plan for me was, just bowl full, those hard lengths and fast as possible.
You bowled 2 overs up front and 2 at the back end. How did your plan differ?
I I think it wasn't much of a difference, was actually the same plan, but it was just the ball Yorkers at the end, full and fast.
Tell me about the Breakout T20 being the first game of the tournament. How did it feel different to maybe some of the other competitions regionally?
It's kind of like a bit more, intense, the pressure is a bit more, but, we look forward for these type of situations, so.
Reflect on 166 given the surface. Is it a good score?
Yeah, to me, it's a pretty fast outfield, and our team, we back our team. Our team have batting. We had a pretty good middle order, pretty good opening batsman as well. Clark coming in, from one of the franchise players. So we backing everyone to go and get this score.
Well bowled today.
Thanks.
Well, first innings done and dusted, and this is what the situation is. Rainforest Rangers need 167 runs to win in 120 balls. We take a break, and on the other side, we come back with the chase.
Welcome back to the West Indies T20 Breakout League, first of its kind, coming to you live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Trinidad and Tobago. It's the Rainforest Rangers representing Guyana up against the Winward Islands Infernos. Big finish for the Winward Islands.
29 runs off the last over, thanks to captain Alec Athanaze, Noel Leo, who is a talent from St. Lucia, also contributing. But 92 was the standout from the Dominican. Of course, he's played all 3 formats for the West Indies. And we expect him to continue to dominate this tournament. He'll feel good about his team's chances. As I say, hello to Samuel Badri. Sam, what stands out to you about the way Athanaze went about his innings?
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everyone. It's the maturity that he really demonstrated. They lost a few wickets quite early after he got off to a rapid start, and he understood that he needed to be there to the very end. And he did that expertly, the way he paced in innings, and he really showed a construction of maturity throughout the innings. And at the back end, the final over, he was really able to explode. 29 runs, as you mentioned, in the last over, taking them 58 runs in the final 3 overs. So up until that point, the Guyana Rainforest Rangers were doing a pretty good job with the ball. 3 wickets for Niall Smith, 3 for 29. He was the standout performer that final over from Ali Mohammed. He ended up with 1 for 43, 14.33 his economy. Just a solitary over for Ashmi Dead. The other bowlers did a reasonable job. The young leg spinner, none for 25 from his 4, was quite impressive.
Yeah, the Rangers picked up a bonus point early in the innings for taking 3 wickets in the power play. Jediah Blades, one of their franchise players, left arm seamer using the win. Niall Smith from the other end. Johan Jeremiah was one of his 3 scalps. But at this stage, they would have felt, Guyana, that they were in firm control after Ali Mohammed took pace off the ball and got the wicket of Teddy Bishop. But from here, Sam, after Descartes was dismissed, it was Douglas and Athanaze who put on a good partnership.
Yeah, that partnership was 83, which set up that platform for the surge at the end. And John 7 from 3 deliveries smashed a 6, but Guyana would need 167 runs in this chase to register their first win in the tournament and the first win ever in this league. They always have a fighting spirit. It's one of the teams in the region that has that never say die attitude. So you never write a Guyana team out in any format. They will have their work cut out for them. A good start, of course, is needed.
Yeah, they also, the Winward Islands, able to secure a bonus point in the last 5. Once we get more than 50 runs, but the Rainforest Rangers have got their work cut out for them. Rivaldo Clark, we saw Jediah Blades with ball in hand. Clark, also a Barbadian player, attended the St. Leonard's Boys School. They do have Kevin St. Clair, who's open for the Amazon Warriors, much like Kevlon Anderson, but it'll be Rivaldo Clark and Adrian Sukwa at the other end. One season with the Barbados Royals franchise. In 2024, started his CPL journey with the St. Lucia Kings. So he's been around professional setups. He got that 50 a few seasons ago against the Guyana Amazon Warriors, representing the Royals. So he's had a taste of what is expected at this level. His partner Sukwa, keeper batter, didn't keep today. Looking to make an impression, has not come through the conventional route of youth cricket in Guyana. And originally they picked Shamar Springer, but because of injury, he's been replaced by Ryan John. Also was part of the CPL for the Patriots in 2024. Mainly known for his variation and ability to take pace off the ball, his execution at the back end. This will be a new experience. Again, trying to use that wind coming from the east, like Blades did, to take the ball into the right-hander with a deep backward square and deep third. 167 is the target. ball to start.
Yeah, as a batter, that is a gift. Just your second delivery, you'll be greeted with a free hit. So it's not the start that the bowler wants, any bowler wants for that matter. And what will he do? He has, for protection, the deep third, deep backward square. He can't change the field. The same batter is on strike. Free hit coming up.
Come off the toe of the bat. Curious to see what each team has learned from that first innings. You heard Niall Smith at the interval talk about the two-pace nature of the surface. They took pace off early and then almost went away from it in the last 2 overs where they conceded 58. Guyana. Windwards were in trouble early, and through smart batting, intelligent decision-making by Athanaze and Douglas, got themselves to a favorable position in the 17th over.
It's only 4 times that 167 plus has been successfully chased at this venue. So it's not going to be an easy target. What they need to do is to capitalize on this power play and at the same time maintain wickets intact. We saw what the opposition did, what the Infernos were able to do in the last 5, particularly the last 3 overs where they got that 58 runs. And this is where the pressure really sets in when you are chasing, because you have that required run rate at the back of your mind, the scoreboard pressure. And this is where the challenge comes in to the batters, the young batters who may not necessarily have the experience of coping with that type of pressure. So it's a little bit more challenging in my mind to chase, particularly a target score of 160 plus in T20 cricket, for a young group of players than it is to set a total.
Nice control of length from John to start.
So it's something I'll be looking at as we go through this tournament, what captains do at the toss. We heard the rationale behind the decision, the moisture on the surface. Perhaps the game later tonight, they'll talk about the dew setting in, the weather conditions. But generally, you are able to bat with a little more freedom, not having a scoreboard pressure. So batting first, to me, generally, would be the way to go.
And their approach and intent will also be interesting to me, because I'm looking at the batting. It's not a lot of experience. Kimo Savory is 29, but hasn't played a lot of T20 cricket. They rely on Kevin St. Clair and Kevlon Anderson, who's had a good red ball season, but they don't have the same depth that a Winward Islands have. Nice controlled start by Ryan John after the first 5 for 9. Infernos were in trouble early. They were 36 for 3 after the power play. And then had an impactful finish to make sure they got up to a respectable 166. Keon Gaston. First game of the tournament for him from St. Lucia. Made his first class debut in January, a very impressive one. He's been well talked about around the Windward Islands. 21 years old, born in Canada but lived in Montrepos in St. Lucia for the majority of his life. Got a 6-for against Barbados on debut. His first wicket was Craig Brathwaite. I think that in itself caused a few vibrations throughout the cricketing fraternity, throughout the region. Exciting talent and one to keep an eye on. Slip in place with a deep third and deep square.
Yeah, some good pace, some movement. He's tall, he's lanky, so he would get some bounce. And he's getting an opportunity to show what he's capable of. He has a nice and relaxed approach, good bound. Nice and tall. So a lot to like about the young man so far.
Yeah, big chance. Direct hit would have certainly been gone. Running, there's been a few mix-ups and early miscommunication between this pair.
Well, he could have thrown at either end. Decided to go to the further end and was off target. Wicketkeeper could not have come up any quicker to effect the run-up, so you needed a direct hit. Just curious as to why he decided to go to the further end and the closer one.
For Clark, the backward square comes into the circle, so deep long on in place with the deep third.
Good running, really good running. That's the sort of awareness that you want to see throughout this tournament. The intensity with the running between the wickets, something that sometimes we neglect. And just the awareness, not overrunning. Sometimes you see a batter overrunning the crease and makes it difficult to get back for the second run, not on that occasion.
Can't find the gap. He's timed it well, Bravado Clark, 8 for none after 2. Will be an auspicious day for many players who, for some, will begin their journey playing for their nation, for others playing the T20 format for the first time. All right, John continuing. Deep third and a very deep straight mid-wicket. Yeah, they've moved the deep backward square, so it's good thinking by Soko, who gets his first boundary of his professional career.
Yeah, errant from Ryan John. And just needed to get some bat on it. Very well played. And this is what you look for as a batter in the power play, any opportunity to score a boundary. So for the errant deliveries, you're looking to maximize the good ones. You're looking to rotate the strike. Starts off the over well.
When John and Gaston both have gone and found that 6 to 8 meter length, they've not been able to score. So you want to hit that a few more times in this over, John.
Yeah, that's what you generally want to do in the power play if you're a bowler. You accept the fact that batters are coming hard at you and boundaries will be scored, but they have to take an element of risk to score those boundaries. And if that means bowling that wicket to wicket line, and they go across the line, or they manufacture something, then you live with it. You try to not give them anything free.
He's held his length well, and it's created a chance. That is athleticism at its finest from Dylan Douglas. Good setup by Ryan John, and excellent fielding.
Really brilliant from Dylan Douglas. Ball hung in the air for quite some time. He had to look at the ball, but also the fielders coming in from both directions. And in the end, a good low catch. Absolutely phenomenal from Dylan Douglas. Rivaldo Clark, first man down for 4, 13 for 1.
Kevlon Anderson, who comes into this breakout league with excellent form, 573 runs in the 4-day season. 300s in there as well. Different format though, less time, more impact needed. This is the holding of length we talk about, Sam. He's bowled well, Ryan John.
Yeah, that's what the element of risk that you want the batters to take. If he hits it for 4 or for 6, then you take it on the chin and you come back for the next delivery. Not full enough for him to flick, and so he gets it very high in the air. But just look at this catch. Absolutely brilliant. Inches off the ground.
Makes it even more impressive. Douglas tends to have the gloves on behind the stumps, keeps back in St. Vincent and at times for the Winward Islands, but great athleticism to get there and be aware. Very controlled 2 overs from Ryan John, 14 for 1.
After 3 overs.
14 for 1 in pursuit of 167. Gaston will continue. Similar field to Ryan John with the deep mid-wicket, almost a cow corner fielder, right of screen with the deep third. That was a chance again. I believe that could have been Douglas again, but he really did time that one.
Yeah, that was too easy for Dylan Douglas. He only takes the very difficult ones. Smashed, traveling quickly to his right, not able to hold on that time. That would have been two spectacular catches to start things off in the second innings.
Catch it, please.
Yeah, could so easily have ricocheted onto the stumps for Sukwa. All's well that ends well.
Quick single again. Gaston will want to learn from what John has done at the other end. He's very young, would not have much exposure to T20 cricket. Could have been close. Always very encouraging to see cricketers who haven't come through the conventional routes of youth cricket for their nations being able to make a team now. Gaston is one who didn't play any youth cricket for the Winward Islands. Had to try and break through for St. Lucia in the Winward Islands tournament. Had a good red ball and white ball showing, made his first class debut and has now never looked back. Adrian Sook was similar. He traveled all the way to the USA. And he's 26 years old and never gave up on the game from Berbice. So you've got two players going at it in the middle who have had to work and grind to get here whilst being persistent. That is another chance and another one being put down.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop this time. So we saw a brilliant effort in the field. And then a couple sloppy ones, much easier than the previous one to Dylan Douglas. Had an opportunity for a run out earlier in the innings as well, Teddy Bishop. But when opportunities are provided, you want to take them.
Aerial again. This time though, no fielder having a chance. Boundary to end the fourth, 21 for 1. Created a few chances, the Infernos, only taken one of them, one of the three. But you'll be pleased with the way they've controlled the scoring rate in these first 6 overs thus far. Change in bowling will be Shadrach Descartes, known for his variations again in Super 50. Saw him mainly bowl the middle overs to back end of the inning, so this is a good opportunity for him.
I remember seeing him in the CPL, call him the man with the golden arm. Usually gets a wicket when he comes on to bowl. His protection, point on the boundary, deep mid-wicket leg side. You mentioned Kevlon Anderson's first-class season, centuries that he scored, the volume of runs rather that he was able to accumulate. A standout season for him. There's an 18 tour against South Africa coming up not too long from now. There's a no ball as well, so it's a gift again for the Guyana Rainforest. Kevlon Anderson, the happy recipient. Can they capitalize on it this time? So that's 2 no balls already inside the first 5 overs. Discard, not much pace, so you wouldn't really expect a no ball from him.
May have premeditated the change of pace from Descartes. He's hit it well. Rare boundary in this power play.
Yeah, these are the unforced errors that you really try to avoid in any form of the game, but particularly in T20 cricket where it can be so costly.
As you said, Sam, Anderson is a good example of why the Breakout T20 was formed. You look at him, he's played a healthy diet of red ball cricket pretty much for the last 3 seasons, starting with the academy, then coming into the Guyana setup. He's played the Under-19 World Cup, he's played Super 50 cricket, but only 5 T20s in the last 3 years, and that's 4 in the CPL, playing for Guyana. So now finally he's got a platform to be able to express himself and break into a franchise in the CPL and maybe get more opportunity. This is something we saw from Ali Mohammed, taking pace off the ball, even in the power play.
Yeah, you'll get quite a lot of that from Discard. Very clever. So you'll have to manufacture the pace on the ball. Can he close the over out though? 9 runs from it so far.
$31 for 1.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Samuel. Oh, and thank you, beautiful blue skies. Oh, just wondered if we would have this throughout the course of today and across this tournament, and we do have it for the start. Oh, the brilliant sunshine right here. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Gaston being given a third. Catches the cray, but falls well short of deep mid-wicket. Well, they set a target of 167. It's because of this man on screen, Alec Athanaze. Truly took a liking, especially to Kevin Sinclair in the early stages of his innings, and from there, anything that was offline, anything that was off length, he punished. And not just in terms of brute force, but skills on display like this, where he executed well, took advantage of the angles, created new angles, and it was really an innings that set this tournament alight, so to speak, in terms of the conversation surrounding Alec Athanaze. We know what he can do. We know about what he's done so far at the regional level. You've seen him break into the West Indies side, and you would say he's become a frequent member of that setup. But he's not the complete product just yet, and still has work to do, Alec Athanaze, but showing good stuff. You look at an innings like that, Shakira Selman alongside of me. What were some of the highlights of that innings for you, Sally?
Yeah, the most glaring thing about that display of batting was his maturity, the level of maturity. And you would expect that maturity to be shown from a West Indian international player. He did highlight that he loves to lead. He likes to lead from the front, and that he did in a tricky situation as well. I think he showed great awareness, good authority.
Slapped. Oh, that was spanked. Oh, must have been a naughty ball.
Yeah, good authority being shown by Kevlon Anderson as well on the bat of 573 runs at first class level, given 2 opportunities. And surely he will want to cash in. Slower delivery, well picked, and just slapped back past the bowler for a boundary.
In Caribbean, you know, when you're a bit naughty, you get a bit of a spank, Shakira. Oh, that was not a bit. That was a lot of a spank. Thought of it, but couldn't get it. A slight adjustment in line on that occasion. Don't forget, we're still in the power play, for which only 2 can be outside of the circle. He's got protection at deep mid-wicket, more so somewhat of a corner area, you might think. And that line allows the batter to hit towards there. That fielder there on the far right of your screen, and I'm talking about one of those outside. Final ball of the power play. And he gets it to the right of that man out there at deep mid-wicket. So a good end to the power play. 6 gone, 42 for 1. Ending the power play with a boundary certainly will take a bit of momentum, and look at the momentum of that arm from Leslie Reefer. Oh, he's got the windmill out, and that signals the end of the power play into phase number 2 of this stage, where 5 can be outside. And here we're going to see, oh, you got to love it. You call him the leggy. It's going to be Cyrus with ball in hand. Daryl Cyrus into the attack, and he's got protection because of the fact that we're outside of the power play. Oh, what can Cyrus the Virus do?
Yeah, a lot more experience for Daryl Cyrus. A lot more than young Riyad Latif, who went well with ball in hand for Guyana. He will be a lot flatter though, Cyrus, a lot shorter than Latif as well. So you wouldn't expect as much bounce. But he will get the ball to grip.
Yeah, naturally do expect Cyrus, from what we've seen from him over the last season, 2 seasons or so, will be relatively flatter at the start of the over. Gets himself into a bit of rhythm. Oh, gives this one some air. And some more airs added onto it by Sukwa.
Yeah, that's surprising. That's surprising from Cyrus. We were just talking about the fact that he's generally a lot flatter, bowls a lot faster through the air, and this one, he decides to toss up. Yeah, Sukwa up to the challenge. Maximum assisted with the win. It goes well beyond that fielder at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, against what we thought he would do, started well, slightly back of a length, a lot flatter in trajectory, single and a dot. Then he went up, and he went up again, and this time all along the carpet, and picks that gap. Sukwa now into the 30s.
Yeah, that boundary brings up the 50 for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Really good cricket from Sukwa. He had to reach for that one from way outside off stump, and it's the reason he's hit it so straight. No chance for the fielder at deep mid wicket. Yeah, good range of shots being shown. Striking at 157 now. Sukwa.
He was just waiting on the spinners. Was Sukwa. How does Cyrus respond? 11 in the over. Make that 12. Could be 13 if they push. Oh, nah, they settle for 1.
This is really good batting, though. And I just wonder if perhaps there's a team plan to go after the wrist spinner, whom you know has to bowl at least 75% of his allotted overs. Then puts pressure on the opposing captain.
Pushing hard. Anderson wants it. Have to settle for 1. An expensive start for Cyrus. 13 in it. 55 for 1. Yeah, look at that comparison. 42 for 1. The Rainforest Rangers, 36 for 3. For the Infernos, they had to have a big rebuilding effort after that. So you would say by far in a better position now. The Rainforest Rangers. It's going to be more spin. It's going to be Avinash. Mahabir Singh into the attack now. Leg spin from one end, off spin from the other. Start to the wide, add 1 more to it.
Starts quite quick and flat as well. Avinash Mahabir Singh, young Trinidadian. He should know the conditions quite well. One of 2 overseas players in this Infernos team.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
Probably thinking that he could have maybe done more with that one. Sukwa. Not expecting much turn here from Mahabir Singh. At least not at the pace that he's bowling at. More so focusing on accuracy more so than anything else at the moment. Need to pull things back here in these middle overs now.
Yeah, and accuracy for him will mean he has to keep the stumps in play. 3 fielders on the leg side. Yeah, he will be asking the right-handed batters to hit into the wing. Good cricket, though, by the batters. And now we see an overthrow. Yeah, sloppy from Infernos. They've already put down 2 chances. Now they've given away an extra run.
Keep going, lads, keep going, lads.
Yeah, better effort was needed there.
Come, man.
At the bowler's end. And you hear Jeremiah say, yeah, come, men. It's a case of having to buckle down
Come in, come in, come in.
Yeah, how can they string together a couple deliveries here that apply some pressure to the Rainforest Rangers?
Keep going, keep going.
Have you ever thought to maybe mistie somebody's laces, Shakira? Ever? Maybe?
Hey, Lee, only one, Lee, only one, Lee.
Probably once. And I was being struck all over the place. And then the batter asked me to tie the laces, but I wouldn't dare.
It's one of those days when you say, take off those gloves. Do it yourself. 62 for 1, 2 deliveries left. Relatively decent over so far from Maherbaz Singh. And you look at it and you say decent in the context of the game because just 8 from it, but the momentum still with the Rainforest Rangers, and as such, it is a very good over for them as well.
Keep going, lads, keep going, lads.
Need a wicket. Who did they turn to for that wicket? Leg spinner pumped at the other end. And the partnership continues. 63 for 1.
Here.
50 partnership between Anderson and Sukwa, and a very good partnership at a very good time as well. And in very good time, when you think about it, from just 34 deliveries. And what this has done is set the platform a lot earlier for them in comparison to the Infernos. Here comes Cyrus once again. How was that missed? Oh. Gave himself that room, looking to execute the angle or create an angle. Oh. He actually turned away by quite some distance. Oh, my eyes failed me, Sally. They failed me.
Yeah, the one time he wouldn't have wanted that delivery to turn.
Keep going, lads. Keep going, lads.
Yes, that's across outside off stump. Can't see from that angle, but it narrowly missed off stump.
Gets enough of that. Yes, he does. Up and over from Anderson. The pain continues.
Clear decision to take on the leg spinner in Daryl Cyrus. And it's paying dividends for the Rainforest Rangers. Yeah, again, slog swept. This time, a lot straighter. Over the leaping fielder at long on. And as expected, he pulls the next delivery way shorter.
It's so interesting when we think about some of the playing conditions and the fact that leg spinners must bowl a certain percentage of their quota and what's not. It's going to be interesting challenges for captains in situations like these. Your leg spinner has been put under the pump. You're wondering, okay, naturally I'm inclined to hold him back. Say, okay, buddy, just hang tight. That could be you for the day. But at some stage, you know you have to bring him back. Could get very interesting how captains decide to rotate their spinners, or rather their leg spinner, in their side. Especially on days like this. Under the pump again. Oh, it is raining sixes here at Brian Lara. Add 6 to close out 9. Oh. Yeah, not the shortest of deliveries, but got into a good position, did Kevlon Anderson. And it's really that position that allowed him to get under that ball, get enough distance, get enough height onto it. 77 for 1. in a very comfortable position here, the Rainforest Rangers, and it probably tells you that as a batting surface is getting a lot better to play certain shots. We saw a bit of swing, we saw some seam movement fairly early on in that first innings. And here and now it's telling you maybe it's starting to get a lot flatter, it's starting to get a lot better. And easier when you see how Anderson and Super just working the balls into the gaps.
Yeah, generally you get that here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It does get a lot easier to bat as the game goes on. We do suspect that in that game later on between Barbados and Trinidad, the team that wins the toss will want to bowl first. Teams love to chase here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
I'm looking forward to the totals in that one. I'm also looking forward to the crowd. I'm hearing whispers of the crowd coming in for that night game. Looking for a bit of that Caribbean flavor and atmosphere. I can tell you about the Caribbean food that Trinidad Rote had for lunch, Shakira. Love it.
Keep going, Avi.
We're looking at the situation here and wondering how the Infernos can break this partnership. Yeah, certainly wouldn't be like that. Too short and go down the leg side. But perhaps they need to go back to Shadrach Descartes, who has a bit of a golden arm, finds a way to get wickets. Of course, no Shamar Springer, who's had to pull out of this competition.
That's it.
Dot ball, but at the halfway stage, you're favoring the Rangers. 81 for 1.
Guyana Rainforest Rangers, 81 for 1.
The West Indies Breakout League has begun. Match 1, Guyana Rainforest Rangers taking on the Infernos from the Winward Islands. It's been quite an intriguing battle in the first 30 overs. After a slow start lacking intent in the first 4 overs. The last 4 overs have produced 39 runs. And it's mainly been Adrian Sukwa who started slowly, but has given confidence to Kevlon Anderson, Carlos Brathwaite.
Good ball striking, good intent, and much needed impetus. Sukwa starting it and continuing with lusty blows like these. And Kevlon Anderson joining the party. And what a party it's been so far.
Amazing to think that with these 5 options introduced, Carlos, the first 4 overs produced just 21 runs. And you think about in the power play, only 2 fielders outside the circle. The last 4, you're almost going at 10s and over. Maybe they haven't bowled as well as they did up front, but also you see a clear difference in intent and approach that Kevlon Anderson has brought to the crease.
Yeah, I think the intent definitely switched. But what I'm looking forward to seeing is the leg spinner under pressure. 2 overs so far for 27, but having to bowl at least 1 more. Remember, 75% of their overs or their allotment must be bowled by the leg spinner. Puts the captain in a precarious position. Is the game of utmost importance or the CWI Breakout League rules? That's for another time though. Shadrach Descartes, decent start for him. Good change-ups. He's back into the attack.
Yeah, fine leg up. So hence Anderson trying to hit it there. We have seen him moving. Oh, it's an interesting discussion, Carlos, and I think this is where, as we spoke about in the build-up, right? This is where captaincy comes in and will come in for these 6 teams. Yes, you have to bowl your 3 overs of leg spin, but that can be a wicket-taking option for you because you know. Will it run away? It will. Open the face well there, Kevlon Anderson, to get the positioning.
Yeah, good technique. Getting just close enough to it, not trying to overhit. Just timing it nicely. And we see a lot of players aiming for that leg side, but he went with the field and threw it.
So Cyrus, the leg spinner, Carlos, bowled that 7th over, right? From this end. Another misfield, they'll get an extra run. He's bowled from the end that Descartes is operating from. He went for 13 runs. Now, naturally, you would expect the leg spinner to bowl to the 2 right-handers and spin the ball away. Hence, you want him hitting into the wind. But with Cyrus' correction, being quite straight, trying to bowl full, and sometimes maybe dragging his length back, could he have been switched to the other end, which would have forced the right-handers to hit into the wind leg side? So these are the things that captains will have to start thinking about with the use of those 3 overs. And you know that they're always in the wickets because guys will come at them. But that brings you in the game as well.
Yeah, but I want the bowlers to be thinking about it as well. We don't know. We aren't privy to potential conversations. But are you aware enough of your skill set to ask the skipper to change ends? Are you good enough to be able to use close but not called to finish that point? Are you aware enough to be able to use your skill set to then bowl short and wide and put the right-handers under pressure, swinging across the line, trying to hit you to the leg side? So I do agree with what you're saying, but this is why this league has been formed and the execution is important, because now it forces players to think beyond the remit of what they would, think outside the box.
Very unlucky for Descartes, who came back well in that over with his changes of pace. 92 for 1. Yeah, they were 4 down at this stage. They were in the midst of a prominent partnership between Athanaze and Douglas, but they were 67 for 4. And yes, they had the big finish, 58 off the last 3. But the Rangers, knowing exactly what they're chasing, don't necessarily need that big of a finish if this partnership can continue. Mahabir Singh will continue from Trinidad and Tobago, one of the 2 franchise players for the Infernos. Ryan John, obviously, Carlos, someone that you've seen. He's played the Under-19 World Cup, played the CPL. He's bowled his 2 overs up front. And like Niall Smith did, we would expect him to bowl his 2 overs at the back end. But where is the awareness of Athanaze to say, well, we need a wicket now? I think they're going to have a check and look at this. Yes, they will. Don't think that foot moved at all, but we'll satisfy Noel Leo.
A little bit more, a little bit more.
Just as we get ready for this, and we'll check the front foot. This is where it tests the proactivity of the 6 young captains, might I add, young captains. Many of them don't have much experience leading teams, especially in the T20 format, but this will test Athanaze now with his team slowly slipping away. It's comfortable in the end. Anderson? Just to be sure. Leslie Rifo, well done.
Confirmed by the big screen, and I do agree, Nikhil. I think what's kind of hampered that potential decision is Gaston bowling 3 off his allotted 4, and he just may think there's not enough coverage at the back end. But dare I say, there may not be a back end if you don't get wickets in this middle period to stretch the game that far. So it's a real battle of wits.
Got away with that one. And they'll look future planning in this tournament. They'll look to Rashawn Williams, who has a slight hamstring niggle. He will lengthen their power play bowling because he can bowl that new ball with his spin, which then prolongs maybe a Ryan John over or 2, a Gaston over for later on in the innings. But Athanaze, with the 50 deliveries left in the game, how do you as captain do something different and try to prize out a wicket in what has been a stringent partnership?
I think if he goes John, the batters may be aware that it's a wicket play and see it off in a defensive manner. You're then looking at the option of Cyrus. He has to bowl another. Can you get his other over in from the end that you were talking about, the opposite end from what he's bowled at so far, at 2 right-handers? See if they continue to take him on and present the chance for a wicket, or if they go into the shell and still even present the chance for a wicket.
Good control from one end by Avinash Mahabir Singh. Just 4 from the over, 96 for 1. Just been smart from the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Don't forget, later today we'll see the Trinidad and Barbados franchises battle. And 2 teams touted as favorites to win this tournament. That beginning at 7 p.m. local time. Couldn't think of a better way to spend your Friday evening. This is interesting. Ryan John had the ball, was walking to the umpire, and then Athanaze decided to go back to Keon Gaston. Bowled his 3 overs up front in the power play for 21. Potentially check that for height. And it will run away. Oh, no, it won't, actually. Good piece of fielding. Just in the end, I think that's Cyrus down on that deep mid-wicket boundary.
Okay, tell him check it. My ball is there.
correction, Dylan Douglas. He's been everywhere.
Absolute live wire, Dylan Douglas. Took a brilliant catch already. Good technique on the dive as well. Getting the chest down, able to slide and still have his hands available to parry the ball back in. It's a good team fielding effort, getting some support from the fielder running back from square leg. These are the sort of efforts that we want to see in this league. There will be a no ball check. He's slightly out of his crease. Ooh, this is why the umpires are paid big bucks.
Yeah, he's a long way outside his crease, which then means obviously the trajectory of the ball would have been different. Fair delivery. Good decision by Christopher Taylor. Can appreciate this approach by Kevin Anderson, Carlos. He's not one that is a power player, mainly known for his touch game, and I was interested to see what approach would he bring to the shorter format. He's used his dinks, he's used his sweeps against the spin, and even there just now, trying to be innovative with that ramp over fine leg. Many different ways to achieve the same desired result.
Yeah, and I look at 35 balls as kind of a marker for those first 50 runs for your players that drop anchor of sorts. And he's well on target to get that 47 off 32 currently. He's not wasting many deliveries. 3 4s and 2 6s. Playing a really good knock. Took a lot of pressure off Sukwa. They're building a very beautiful partnership.
Again, wow, not given wide, and he made an initial movement, Kelvin Anderson, to his right, but then he moved back in position before the ball was delivered. I don't know about this, Carlos. You need to tell me.
Yeah, I thought that was wide. I'd love to hear the umpire's standpoint on that, because when you move, the line moves with you. What if you move back?
This time he does move. He's been trying to play that ramp with fine leg up. And credit to Athanaze, he's kept the fine leg up, imploring him to play the shot.
Good execution from Gaston as well. We think back to Ali Mohammed's last over and him, one, not executing the wide Yorker or wide line plan and then straying away from it to his detriment. Gaston has one executed, which always helps, but he's also stuck to it, and he's been successful in this over so far.
They will reflect on this, whether they win or lose, the Rangers, and think, given what we have in the middle here and the way we've batted in the middle overs, they're on track for a bonus point at the moment. Need to go out more than 7 and over. But if you can have a bit more intent in the power play, maximizing a few more of those deliveries, what evolution can our batting make? Again, searching for that wide Yorker, young Gaston.
And this is a challenge. When you're under the pump and you decide to go to a plan like this, it could be a straight field with 4 on the leg side, it could be a wide field with 2 men deep, as he has Gaston, and the long off back, and not much protection on the leg side. One, you have to execute, but if you don't execute, how long can you stick to your plan and trust the process?
I like that he's gone back there, even after the 2 wides and would have been under pressure. Good showing from the 21-year-old. His spell is finished, 105 for him.
potentially a match-winning partnership. 92 off 66 so far. A level of control shown by these two at the crease. Kevin Anderson and Adrian Sukwa, both approaching 50. And more importantly, steering the team home, or well on the way to doing that.
Mahabir Singh continuing. Being told Alec Athanaze is off the field, the Winward Islands captain. Sustained a few body blows in that batting innings.
Come man, let's support Avi, lad. Come on.
You don't know if it's
Go,
cheek,
Avi, let's go, Avi.
gut, rib, thigh. This is Johan Jeremiah.
What a day and what a moment for Adrian Sukwa. 26 years he's waited to represent Guyana. In his first game he gets 50. Job is not finished, but this will be a memorable day for him.
Very good showing from the young man. The next job is to take the team all the way home. But for now, he'll savor the landmark.
He was 16 or 15 in that power play, Sukwa. No rhythm, lack of timing, but remain patient.
Sorry, Avi, sorry.
Only 11 dots in that 38 as well, in those 38 balls faced. That's important. So he's used the rotation of strike to support Anderson and then seized the few boundary opportunities. Like that. Again, good placement to complement the power.
Come man, we can do better than that, lad.
Smart from Sukwa. Had the length, then pull it into the leg side against the wind, slapped it straight back over the bowler's head. Good reward.
Keep working.
We'll push for 2. And we'll get there. And we'll be 50 for Kevlon Anderson as well. The value of form. What a stunning year in 2025 he is having. Red ball cricket and now the T20 format. Very impressive showing by the Rangers thus far. 116 for him. Obviously the 103 runs between them standing out. What has been very impressive and we need to see more of, 21 dots. So trying to make sure that the other deliveries that they're not hitting boundaries, they're still scoring. Sukwa started slowly as we mentioned. Remain patient. Anderson brought a good intent to the crease. This could be a last shuffle of the dice from Johan Jeremiah going back to Ryan John. The field again set for that wide plan. Deep backward point, deep cover long off, and the 2 men on the leg side in front of square, right of screen.
There are a few things to watch out for this tournament. The wrist spinner from each team having to bowl at least 3 overs is one. The rotation in the middle overs is another. But if we could think to another Achilles heel for the current international T20 team, death bowling, who will put their hands up to be the designated death bowlers for the West Indies moving forward. It starts here, goes all the way to CPL, and then eventually international cricket.
Doesn't carry to Descartes.
And what I want to see from the likes of Ryan John and those potential death bowling candidates is good planning, good execution, and then good commitment to a plan. We saw Ali Mohammed in the first innings not executing and not committing to the plan. Gaston, the over from this end previous, did all 3. Over the course of this tournament, who will be the bowlers that will put their hands up and show that they have good plans? We know that there's a massive win factor in the Caribbean here as well. Whatever that plan may be, it probably will be wide field if you're bowling from this end, straight plan if you're bowling from the other. How can you show a level of variation, consistency, and commitment to that plan?
It's a great learning ground, Carlos, and you would know the pressure sustained with a CPL. Ryan John experienced it in last year's tournament, where the Patriots backed him in the 7 games he played, but he went at close to 15 runs and over at the back end. Now, there will be pressure associated with this competition, but it's a great place with probably a slightly bigger margin of error to learn and experiment, but also show that you can execute before you get on to the big stage later this year. It's coming around the wicket now, John. Going across Anderson.
I love how you articulated that, and even within that last ball to the previous delivery, tried for the ramp, Anderson and Ryan John, realizing that there's an option for a wicket. He's come back for a wicket. He's come around the wicket, and I suspect that's because if Anderson walks across too early, he has 3 stumps to bowl at. So even within bowling the wide plan, as we call it, there's the opportunity to bowl either over or around the wicket, and for different reasons.
There is that attempted ramp, but there is the wicket. This is why John was brought back into the attack. Partnership broken. We could still have a game on.
Good planning from Ryan John, good execution. So we're trying to counteract it with the ramp. Unsuccessful. Loses his wicket, doesn't take his team home. But what a knock. What a moment for him. 57 from 43. Put his team in a very good position to win this first game in the Breakout League. They're 120 for 2.
New batter for the Rainforest Rangers, Kemal Savory. Left-handed batter. Has an opportunity here to see his team over the line. They're in a very comfortable position at the moment. 47 of 30 deliveries, but this game is a game of glorious uncertainties. Things can change quite quickly. Some turn, change of ends for Cyrus. Very expensive from the northern end. He's now trying his hand. The southern end, the right-hander's hitting leg side into the wind. starts off well. Every dot delivery, Shakira, will bring a certain level of tension. This is the wicket.
Yeah, perfect execution from Ryan John. It was a splendid over, just 4 runs from it.
Wind or not, he's finding the boundary. What a shot from Kevlon Anderson. Very well timed, well placed, and a good time to get another one.
Got enough of it, Kevlon Anderson. But he also got it in the gap. So even if he hadn't connected so cleanly, it still resulted in a boundary. Real pressure on Daryl Cyrus. Yeah, taken for 13 in his first over, 14 in the second. Started well here from the southern end, but then it's given up the opportunity for the batter to get another maximum.
Come him.
In the air, the fielder comes under. Really good catch. Shadrach discard the fielder this time. We've seen them drop a couple and take now another blinder. And that's the wicket they were after. The man who was very well set, and 2 wickets in consecutive overs now.
Yeah, finally, Daryl Cyrus can smell. Opts to go up into that strong wind once again, but really good commitment to that effort by Shadrach Descartes. Yeah, and it's another splendid catch by an Infernos fielder. Kevlon Anderson has to walk back for a well played half century. Goes for 58, 126 for 3.
New batter, Kevin Sinclair, international experience.
Oh, yes,
Made his
Scotty,
debut
yes,
for the
Scotty.
West Indies in this format. Played Test cricket as well. So he has the experience of playing at the highest level. Goes for a maximum, holds out in the deep. What an over it is from Daryl Cyrus. Picks up 2 wickets in it. He's been expensive, but this is what the wrist spinners do. They get wickets and at crucial times, and all of a sudden now, the Guyana Rainforest Rangers are in a spot of bother.
Yeah, they've lost 3 wickets in quick succession, 2 in this over alone. Yeah, another right-handed batter opting to go into that strong breeze. Simple enough chance for Dylan Douglas. Kevin Sinclair will be disappointed with that decision. And all of a sudden, they've let the Infernos back into this game. Sinclair goes back with full scoring, 126 for 4.
Discard into the attack. What a last couple overs it has been for the Winward Islands Volcanoes. 3 wickets, Infernos rather. 3 wickets they've taken. 10 runs in the last 2 overs. Those 3 wickets really bringing them back strongly in this contest. 23 now, the required run rate. And that is what I was talking about a little bit earlier, Shakira. The scoreboard pressure. You feel you're in charge of the game. A catch like that, indiscretion like this, and then you find yourself in a very good position. The game precariously positioned now.
Yeah, and Infernos will be very happy with the fact that Rainforest Rangers have let them back in. Yeah, another chance and taken easily at short third. Discard into the wickets.
4 wickets for 7 runs. What a turnaround this has been. Shadrach discard, pace off delivery, a heave across the leg side, and a simple catch. Their tails are in the air. Ali Mohammed goes without scoring, 127 and half the side down. Quentin Sampson, the new batter for the Rainforest Rangers. A few moments ago, he would not have been even thinking about putting his pads on. And then all of a sudden, he has been called upon. Just look at that, 120 for 1, 127 for 5. Yeah, they require a little bit of sensible batting for the next couple overs, Shakira. But what a turnaround this has been for the Infernos.
Yeah, and this is where it all started. This collapse. Sukwa was looking so good. Then he was dismissed for 57. The next to go was the batter, Kevlon Anderson, as well, gone for after another half century. Yeah, and it meant batters had to come and start and try to build a platform. Instead, Kevin Sinclair, in fact, opted to go up against the wind, held out, and they've opened the door for the Infernos. And the last to go, Ali Mohammed. Easy catch, outfoxed completely by this carrot with that change of pace.
No.
Yeah, but these will be situations that these youngsters will have to learn from. Kemal Savory himself spoke about this at the toss. He hoped that at the end of a tournament as such, these youngsters will be able to learn and grow. Yeah, they were in a prime position to take this game. Now they're scrambling to get over the line. 37 required off 19.
130 for 5.
The end of 17 overs. Guyana Rainforest Rangers 155. Zachary 2, Samson 2. 37 runs required. 18 deliveries.
It's been a horrific passage of play for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. 4 wickets for 7 runs. Last 3 overs, just 14 runs being scored. And from a position of dominance, just seem to have lost their way significantly. Cyrus, who bowled a couple expensive overs up front, came back strongly, picked up 2 wickets in his 3rd over, and now he's set to complete his allocation. There was some talk a little bit earlier about whether or not he would get an opportunity to complete his spell. But this is the nature of T20 cricket. Things change quickly. Another batter trying to take on the wrist spinner. Another batter perishes. Cyrus is on fire. That's 5 wickets in quick succession. The Infernos are on fire.
Yeah, 5 wickets for 10 runs now. Another batter going against the spin. And this is where leg spinners can be so dangerous. Yeah, Quinton Sampson, no display of that wide array of shots. Has to walk back for just 2. 130 for 6.
Just the 1 over for Ashmead Ned with the ball. Now he has an opportunity with the bat. He's played CPL before, so he has some bit of experience to call upon. Survives the hat-trick ball, Ashmead Ned, but what a turnaround for Cyrus as well. So a forgettable passage of play here for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Last couple overs with the ball, they suffered at the hands of Athanaze, and now in this period, lots of wickets, not too many runs. 36 of 16.
Oh, you want to do that one?
Yeah, required rate at 13.5. And so much will fall on the shoulders of their captain, Kemal Savory. You think he'll have to go? No. Hitting with the wing against the leg spinner, who will turn the ball back into him.
As you said, another opportunity this time though, and another catch taken. That's 4 wickets in 2 overs for young Cyrus. He's taken the wicket off the Guyana Rainforest Rangers captain now, and they are firmly in control.
Yeah, tale of 2 halves really. First 2 overs cost him 27 runs. And now he's already gotten 4 wickets for just an additional 7. Yeah, really good resilience being shown by Daryl Cyrus. Kemal Savory back to the dugout. He goes for just 2 runs. 131 for 7.
Immediate returns for the regulation of having the wrist spinner in your team and having him bowl. Latif, the new batter. Absolutely brilliant from Cyrus. 6 wickets for 11 runs. Real collapse of cricket from the Rainforest Rangers.
Get it in, get it in.
Yeah, it was really good execution from Daryl Cyrus on that occasion to the left-handed batter. Threw it that much wider, and good field placement as well. Deep mid wicket was quite straight.
Two expensive wicketless overs, followed up by 2 miserly and lots of wickets, 4 of them in the final 2. What a spell from Cyrus, 4 for 37, 134 for 7. Yeah, just look at those blue blobs at the end. A partnership of 107 rather, for the second wicket. And then a collapse of immense proportion. Ryan John comes back for his final over from the northern end. They'll have to make a go for it. 33 from 12. Starts with a dot, the angle across the right-hander.
What this collapse should teach young batters is the importance of the in-batters staying at the crease and getting their sides over the line. From the time the 2 set batters were dismissed, it was a completely different game.
Really good from John. You're absolutely right, Shakira. When those 2 batters, Kevlin Anderson and Adrian Sukwa, were out in the middle in that partnership, they looked unbeatable and invincible, and as though they were coasting over the line. And then they fell quickly, and everything has changed significantly since then. And it will take nothing short of a miracle to dig the Rainforest Rangers out of this hole. Three dots in succession. Now let's have a look at the partnerships throughout this innings. 13 for the first wicket, and then look at that, 107. Took them to 120 for 1. And then 131 for 7 from there.
So much credit would be given to Daryl Cyrus for those 4 wickets he took in the second half of his spell. 4 for 10 runs in his final 2 overs. Daryl Cyrus, the leg spinner, who had to bowl at least 3 overs in this game because of the rules of this West Indies T20 Breakout League, came back well. But credit must also be given to Ryan John. Yeah, he's the one that broke the partnership. Got that wicket of Adrian Sukra. And he's also been very miserly. Just gone for 1 in this, the penultimate over.
Run out. He's given his wicket away. Ashby Ned, too easy now for the Winward Islands Infernos. Yeah, they're all smiles. They've consigned themselves to defeat.
Yeah, clear indication of that with the soft way in which Ashmi Ned just wandered out of his crease. Yeah, direct hit by Ryan John to seal the deal. Just one run and a wicket from that over. Ashmi Ned walks back for 2. 135 for 8.
Right arm over. Latif change, right arm over.
Yeah, have a look at the fall of wickets. If you're just joining us, the Guyana Rainforest Rangers were at 1 point, 120 for the loss of 1 wicket. And now they're 135 for 8. Last over to go. And they need 32. As long as Douglas doesn't get hit for 6 sixes or 5 sixes from here on in, it would be a win for the Infernos. History created for them. What a comeback.
Keep going, doggy. Oh, yes. Hey, back up.
Douglas known more for his batting and wicket keeping. Given the opportunity to close out the innings with the ball, close out the game. Yeah, you suspect it's impossible for the Infernos to lose the game from this position. 30 runs required from 4 deliveries.
Just a little bit of a delay. 4 deliveries remaining. They're just trying to fire it in. Douglas did a good job with the bat in partnership with his captain. Not entirely sure what is the cause of the delay. I can't discern anything from the stump mic. Umpire is satisfied that play can continue. It was bound to happen. Wide down the leg side. Yeah, the gloves, the color of the gloves seemed to have been the issue there. And just quietly, Niall Smith is the one who has made his way out to the middle, already faced the delivery off the mark. It was a flurry of wickets. So difficult to keep track of the new batters. Up in the air, should be taken. Another one goes. Niall Smith trying to go for a maximum, quite understandably. And the 9th wicket down for the Rainforest Rangers.
Dylan Douglas taking his first wicket in professional T20s. And once again, another batter holds out, trying to hit the ball into that wind. Yeah, team end to this. Now Smith has to walk back for just 1. 139 for 9.
Jedia Blades, the new batter. Yeah, what a game we've had here, the first match of the inaugural Breakout League. We've been thoroughly entertained. Like Athanaze in the first innings with his brilliant unbeaten 92 of 57 deliveries. And with the bat, Guyana had a couple good knocks, couple half centuries. Another wide delivery just delays the end of this game a little bit longer. But a remarkable turnaround with the ball. And that's it. The Infernos have written their names in history here today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They claim the crown in the league's first ever contest. They've turned up the heat and they've cooked up a win in the Breakout League. Congratulations all around. At one point, they look as though they were down and out, but they were able to resurrect and roar to victory. A magnificent performance from them, firstly with the bat, and it ends up being quite convincing, a win by 25 runs, led by their captain, Athanaze. Brilliant performance from him. And then Cyrus with his 4-wicket haul, completely outfoxing the opposition and turning the tide. Congratulations to the Winward Islands Infernos.
Yeah, great fight shown by the Infernos, who seemed to be down and out when the Rainforest Rangers were 120 for 1. They kept their calm and kept on fighting. Kept the fire on the Rangers. Yeah, and they eventually won this game by 25 runs, 141 for 90 Rangers. Two standouts, Adrian Sucre for 57 of 43 deliveries, Kevlon Anderson 58, but no one else contributing to this total. In the end, they fell 25 runs short.
Yeah, those two half centuries were not enough to get them over the line. 107-run partnership for the second wicket, but nothing to look at. If you're a Rainforest Rangers fan, look away. You don't want to see this scorecard from a position of strength to a complete collapse. Bowling for the Winward Islands Infernos. Just look at that, Ryan John, 2 for 16 from 4 with the new ball, bowling in the power play at the back end. Gaston was good. Discard picked up 1, but it was Daryl Cyrus with his 4 for 37. 2 very expensive overs to start, and they persisted with him. A wicket for Douglas in the final over of the contest. Now let's head pitch side. Nikhil Uttamchandani with his guest.
Dara Cyrus, 4 for 37 today in a very important spell. First of all, your first 2 overs came from one end, you went for 27. You changed ends and then picked up your 4. What prompted that change in ends?
First of all, I want to say thank God, for the 4 wickets that I got and, coming back so well. I think that the batters was trying to use the smaller side and the breeze was going that side. So it's just a matter, being smarter, and that prompted the skipper to change the end for me.
Tell me, in that period of the 4 overs, how you dealt with the mental pressure after being expensive in those first 2?
After the first 2 overs, going for 27 runs, I never dropped my head. I was just backing myself, Whenever the skipper called me again, I was just backing myself to do a job for the team.
What will this win give to the confidence of the side, given the position you guys were in, to win from there?
No, definitely a big confidence booster, 34 for 4 after the power play, I think it was a brilliant innings by the skipper and, Dylan Douglas and everybody else with chip team. So it's just a matter of the guys pushing on from here.
How do you enjoy being almost a leader in this team as one of the older players?
As a former captain of age group cricket, leading is not new to me, so it's just a matter of continuing in that way.
Well, Bull, all the best for the rest of the tournament.
All right.
What a lesson from Cyrus. 2 overs, none for 27, followed by 2 overs, 4 for 10. And that's the way things panned out in the inaugural match of this tournament. The Infernos sent in by the Rainforest Rangers got to 166 for 6, led by Athanaze's unbeaten 91. And the Rainforest Rangers, well, they fell short, getting to 141 for 9. Daryl Cyrus with 4 for 37, notwithstanding Kevlon Anderson's and Sukwa's half centuries. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have the presentation ceremony. Seen one captain there. Yeah, the losing captain is there. Who's the floor manager? Anna? Let's give them the mic. Let them talk. What a match we've had here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The first match in the West Indies Breakout League 2025. Windward Islands Infernos being sent in and got to 166, which in the end proved to be sufficient as the Guyana Rainforest Rangers were restricted to 141 for 9. The Windward Islands Infernos winning by 25 runs. Let's head pitch side to Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Welcome to the post-match presentation at the end of match 1 in this West Indies Breakout League. The Guyana Rainforest Rangers taking on the Winward Islands Infernos. Kimal Savory from the Rangers is with me. Kimal, first of all, commiserations on the loss. Obviously tough to go down from that position. Let's start with the bowling though. 58 in the last 2 overs conceded. What went wrong for you in the bowling effort?
Yeah, you know, it's always tough when coming down in the back end, when the bowler cannot execute their plans. But having said that, I think we started well, and it's just a matter of time for we get on the park again tomorrow.
120 for 2 when you went in. Tell me what the approach was from your batters at that phase, because you were clearly ahead of the game with bat in hand in the run chase.
Yeah, definitely we were ahead. I think it's just some misunderstanding, some bad shot selections. Yeah, I think, you know, it's always tough when you lost a game so close. You know, you're already in it, and then you just give it up.
What would you say are the learnings from a day like today?
It's so much to learn from, you know. It's so much to learn from picking up the singles, you know. I think Anderson and Sokwa, the guys batted really well up there, you know. They set the momentum, and it just didn't happen for us today.
Lastly, just on the pressure of leading in this tournament, what did you enjoy about it?
So far, you know, it's good. The atmosphere is awesome so far. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's game as well.
All right, better luck next time. All the best.
Thank you.
Kimo Savory, the Guyana captain, will now ask Mr. Jason Williams, CEO of the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, to come in and present the Player of the Match award to Alec Athanaze. 91 from 57 deliveries, correction, for Athanaze. And Alec will also have a chat with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Alec, first of all, crazy to think that we're talking here after a win, but I want to start with that. Are you okay?
I am okay. To be honest, it was just a little touch-up.
Right, we hope to see you recover and be back on the field. Let's start with your batting approach. You guys were 3 down in the power play. How did you at the crease want to structure your innings?
Oh, well, I would probably want to start a bit quicker, to be honest, but given the situation at the time, I had to pull back and I had to pull back and I had to, you know, reassess and come out a bit. So, I mean, not the ideal situation you want to be in, but I'm thankful that it came through today.
Tell me about the way you batted in terms of what pleased you the most going through the gears in that knock.
I think it was my temperament, to be honest. I wanted to go badly, to be honest, but because of how, like I said, the situation, I couldn't have expressed myself how I wanted to. That is what really impressed me today.
You weren't on the field for the bowling effort, but they were cruising. What do you think you guys did differently at the end there to pull things back?
I felt that we took a bit of time to adjust, a bit of time to assess conditions. When we batted cutters into the wicket and the wide plan was working, I felt that we bowled a bit too straight up front, but, you know, the guys did very well to come back.
Just a word on your 2 senior guys, Ryan John, who bowled that 16th over, which changed the game, and then Darryl Cyrus, the contributions of them.
Let me start with Cyrus. I think Cyrus is a very attacking bowler, but he took a bit of time, I guess, to understand the conditions. And I think the end he bowled as well. He's an attacking bowler, and he normally bowls straight. And the end he bowled that was with the win, so it was kind of difficult for him at first. But I guess, like you saw it, when they switched him up, it was really good. Ryan again is a class act. He understands depth bowling very well, and like you saw today, he executed well.
This is a big win for you and your team. Enjoy this one. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Alec Athanaze winning captain, and that concludes the post-match presentation.
Yeah, confirmation then. Match 1 in this Breakout League 2025. The Winward Islands Infernos 166 for 6. Wonderful partnership between Athanaze and Douglas, 91 and 26 respectively. Niall Smith had a 3-wicket haul. The Guyana Rainforest Rangers, after being 120 for 1, they were restricted to 141 for 9. Anderson and Sukwa with half centuries, but it was Cyrus with his 4 for 37 that really stands out. A win then for the Windward Islands Infernos by 25 runs. Lots of action coming your way though. We have a second match on day 1, just a few minutes away. In Trinidad and Tobago Legions, the home team, will be up against the Barbados Pelicans. That match starts at 7 p.m. local time. Don't miss it. We'll take a short break and we'll have that one shortly. This Cricket West Indies Breakout League 2025. Both teams look evenly matched.
We're in a beautiful Trinidad and Tobago, and we're set for the future. The future is now the West Indies T20 Breakout League match number 1. A contest between the Guyana Rainforest Rangers and the Winward Islands Infernos. A look at the two sides today. Samuel Badri alongside me. Samuel, your thoughts on this Rainforest Rangers and then the Islands Infernos?
Hello, Joel. Hello, everyone. Yes, history beckons here at the Breakout Cricket Academy. First game, and these are the players who would go down in history as having played the first game in this Cricket West Indies Breakout League 2025. Both teams look evenly matched. A few players have had CPL experience before, T20 experience, and some for the first time will have an opportunity to show their wares, and that is what this tournament is all about, providing an opportunity.
Jediah Blades will start with ball, left arm seam, left arm over. Is going to get things going here for the Rainforest Rangers. The first runs of the Breakout League, and it's a boundary for Jeremiah. Good way to get off the mark, and a good way to open the account. Oh my, what a shot that is from Jeremiah. This is what we're here to see at this Breakout League. The first wicket of the Breakout League, and it goes to Jediah Blades. Lovely catch being taken by St. Clair. What a start this is.
He went hard at it, as you would inside the power play. Unfortunately for him, went straight to the fielder, and he'll accept it. Jediah Blades, first wicket falls. Naki Mogis goes for just one, 9 for 1.
Just over. Well, they won't care how it comes in this power play. Goes all the way from Athanaze, first maximum. What a good connection that was.
Don't mind the callow, don't mind the callow. Catch it.
Oh yes, call that a double delight. Alec Athanaze, welcome to the party.
Work.
This should present a chance. Easy catch, yep, it's taken. A bit of a tumble, a bit of a roll from Jediah Blades, but they've got number 2.
The batter thought that it was full, but it really wasn't. And that's why he got a lot of height and not too much distance. A well-judged catch in the end. 33 for 2, Jeremiah goes.
Think it's paced off, you know. Smart, intelligent bowling by Ali Mohammed, who continues his excellent form. They've got 3 in the power play and a bonus point.
Variety on shore, swing, seam, and now just a little bit of pace off and a tremendous catch by Niall Smith. Just bowled the over before, mind you. Found himself at point, giving that man on screen a wicket. Teddy Bishop losing his wicket 2 off 4. Winward Islands 36 for 3.
Was there bat first? There wasn't, says Leslie Reefer. Another one goes down. Guyana have been rampant to start this tournament.
Clinical again. Full, straight. I think we're all in agreement. That would have hit all 3. Confirmed by umpire Leslie Reefer. Shadrach Descartes loses his wicket, didn't score. Winward Islands 38 for 4.
Well mitigated shorter delivery. Even with the pressure building, Athanaze able to break through. Nice dexterity. We've got the wide array of his skill set, Alec Athanaze, in this short innings, 51 for 4.
Let me move it on.
He's nailed that and hit it very straight as well. Low risk cricket bringing reward for the Winward Islands in this partnership. 57 for 4.
What a shot that is.
That's okay, that's straight, keep going.
Just one bounce. A bit of innovation from Alec Athanaze.
Keep going.
Neatly tucked away for 4. Errant in line and simple enough for Athanaze. Yeah, this is what he will do. As long as it's full and close enough to him, Alec Athanaze would take him on. Quick single, gets the 50. So that's a historic half century for Captain Alec Athanaze. First half century in this inaugural Breakout League 2025. Into the wind, does it have enough? Yes, just enough. A lot of height, but very well connected by Alec Athanaze.
In front of the man, that was behind square. That might get some momentum going for them. Does this carry? Just over. Oh, fingertip stuff. Call that a nail trimmer.
Decent strike from Athanaze, not as clean as he'd want. Clark in the outfield, good effort.
Yeah, did he get something on that? He did, Dylan Douglas. Easy catch being taken by the captain, Kemal Savory. His innings has now come to an end.
An element of risk is always needed at the back end. His choice of risk is the reverse ramp. And just essayed it straight to the skipper. Savory taking a quite easy catch. And a good job up until then for Dylan Douglas, 26 off 32. The Infernos, 121 for 5.
Oh yes, with the win, and it has disappeared. Oh, what a way to get off the mark. Boulders for shoulders, but not enough from Ryan John. Looking to clear long off, and he's picked out Kevlon Anderson.
Will be disappointed with this Ryan John. Thought he had it hit clean enough. Didn't turn out to be the case. Again, full in length. That one not bouncing a full toss, but successful regardless. Ryan John gone for 7. Infernos 131 for 6.
Oh yeah, that's what we've come to see, Noel. That's how you get off the mark in your first game. Forget the field, forget the fielders. Noel goes again. He is simply dealing in 6s. Oh, comes into those pads, and Alec Athanaze says, thank you very much. And maybe deep backward square leg might take this one. Nope, it is over the ropes. Oh, look at the height. And it's gone to the boundary as well. Oh, the pain for Ali Mohammed. He's got to go and bowl one more. A quiet single ends the over. But you must say that they've been excellent in this back end of the innings. 166 for 6 is where the Infernos will end up, and they've been led there by their captain. 92 off 57. What a statement this is, to being 166 for 6 after 20. So 71 runs is what they were able to pile on in those last 30 balls, and that's what we wanted to see in the back end of the innings, especially after that platform was set up between himself and Dylan Douglas at 26 from 32. Yeah, in the context of strike rate, it's not the highest, but it certainly is what laid that platform, that partnership there of 83, and then ending off with another partnership in the end of 35 between Leo and Athanaze. In terms of bowling, resources were used by the captain, and up until you would say those last 5, things were going in the favor of the Rainforest Rangers. Wickets in there for Blades, Smith and Ali Mohammed. Well, first innings done and dusted, and this is what the situation is. Rainforest Rangers need 167 runs to win in 120 balls. We take a break, and on the other side, we come back with the chase.
The Rainforest Rangers have got their work cut out for them. Rivaldo Clark, we saw Jedia Blades with ball in hand. Clark also a Barbadian player. His partner Sukwa, keeper batter, didn't keep today. Looking to make an impression, has not come through the conventional route of youth cricket in Guyana. No ball to start. Yeah, they've moved the deep backward square, so it's good thinking by Suko, who gets his first boundary of his professional career. He's held his length well, and it's created a chance. That is athleticism at its finest from Dylan Douglas.
Really brilliant from Dylan Douglas. Ball hung in the air for quite some time. He had to look at the ball, but also the fielders coming in from both directions. And in the end, a good low catch. Absolutely phenomenal from Dylan Douglas. Rivaldo Clark, first man down for 4, 13 for 1.
Aerial again. This time though, no fielder having a chance. Boundary to end the 4, 21 for 1. May have premeditated the change of pace from Descartes. He's hit it well.
Slapped. Oh, that was spanked. Oh, must have been a naughty ball. And he gets it to the right of that man out there at deep mid-wicket. So a good end to the power play. 6 gone, 42 for 1. Oh, gives this one some air. And some more airs added on to it. Then he went up. And he went up again. And this time all along the carpet. And picks that gap. Sukwa now into the 30s. Gets enough of that. Yes, he does. Up and over from Anderson. The pain continues. Under the pump again. Oh, it is raining 6s here at Brian Lara.
Will it run away? It will. Very unlucky for Descartes, who came back well in that over with his changes of pace. 92 for 1. What a day and what a moment for Adrian Sukwa 26 years he's waited to represent Guyana. In his first game, he gets 50. Job is not finished, but this will be a memorable day for him. Like that. Again, good placement to complement the power.
Come on, we can do better than that, lad.
We'll push for 2. And we'll get there. And will be 50 for Kevlon Anderson as well. The value of form. What a stunning year in 2025 he is having. Red ball cricket and now the T20 format. Very impressive showing by the Rangers thus far. 116 for him. There is that attempted ramp, but there is the wicket. This is why John was brought back into the attack. Partnership broken. We could still have a game on.
Good planning from Ryan John, good execution. Sukwa trying to counteract it with the ramp. Unsuccessful. Loses his wicket, doesn't take his team home. But what a knock. What a moment for him. 57 from 43. Put his team in a very good position to win this first game in the Breakout League. They're 120 for 2.
Wind or not, he's finding the boundary. What a shot from Kevlon Anderson. In the air, the fielder comes under. Really good catch. Shadrach discard the fielder this time. We've seen them drop a couple and take now another blinder. And that's the wicket they were after. The man who was very well set, and 2 wickets in consecutive overs now.
Yeah, finally, Daryl Cyrus can smell. Opts to go up into that strong wing once again, but really good commitment to that effort by Shadrach Descartes. Yeah, and it's another splendid catch by an Infernos fielder. Kevlon Anderson has to walk back for well played. Half century goes for 58. 126 for 3.
Goes for a maximum, holds out in the deep. What an over it is from Daryl Cyrus. Picks up 2 wickets in it. He's been expensive, but this is what the wrist spinners do.
Yeah, they've lost 3 wickets in quick succession, 2 in this over alone. Yeah, another right-handed batter opting to go into that strong breeze. Simple enough chance for Dylan Douglas. Kevin Sinclair will be disappointed with that decision. Sinclair goes back without scoring. 126 for 4. Yeah, another chance and taken easily at short third. Descartes into the wickets.
What a turnaround this has been. Shadrach Descartes, pace off delivery, a heave across the leg side, and a simple catch. Their tails are in the air. Ali Mohammed goes without scoring, 127 and half the side down. Another batter trying to take on the wrist spinner. Another batter perishes. Cyrus is on fire. That's 5 wickets in quick succession.
Another batter going against the spin. And this is where leg spinners can be so dangerous. Yeah, Quentin Sampson, no display of that wide rail shots. Has to walk back for just 2. 130 for 6.
Another opportunity this time though, and another catch taken. That's 4 wickets in 2 overs for young Cyrus.
Yeah, tale of 2 halves really. First 2 overs cost him 27 runs. And now he's already gotten 4 wickets for just an additional 7. Yeah, Really good resilience being shown by Daryl Cyrus. Came out savory. Back to the dugout he goes for just 2 runs. 131 for 7.
Run out. He's given his wicket away. Ashby Ned, too easy now for the Winward Islands Infernos. Yeah, they're all smiles. They've consigned themselves to defeat.
Yeah, clear indication of that with the soft way in which Ashby Ned just wandered out of his crease. Yeah, direct hit by Ryan John to seal the deal. Just 1 run and a wicket from that over. Ashby Ned walks back for 2. 135 for 8.
Up in the air, should be taken. Another one goes. Niall Smith trying to go for a maximum, quite understandably. And the 9th wicket down for the Rainforest Rangers.
Yeah, Dylan Douglas taking his first wicket in professional T20s. And once again, another batter holds out, trying to hit the ball. Now Smith has to walk back for just 1. 139 for 9.
And that's it. The Infernos have written their names in history here today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They claim the crown in the league's first ever contest. And that's the way things panned out in the inaugural match of this tournament. The Infernos sent in by the Rainforest Rangers got to 166 for 6, led by Alec Athanaze's unbeaten 91. And the Rainforest Rangers, well, they fell short, getting to 141 for 9. Daryl Cyrus with 4 for 37, notwithstanding Kevlin Anderson's and Sukwa's half centuries. the middle, it's nice and cool. There usually is a strong crosswind here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and the batters usually target hitting with the wind. 14 sixes hit in the earlier game, many of which were hit in that direction. 166 runs scored. It's the same pitch that we're playing on as the previous game, and there's a nice even covering of grass as I look down the length of this pitch. In that game one, we saw some good bounce, some good carry. There was some assistance too for the spinners. So it had everything in it for the bowlers. The batters, however,